have a background in politics, and the past couple of years it's been in public service and now transitioning to the private sector. So it's a whole pot of many things, and which for this year I've been glad to share with most of you in the room, and looking forward to impacting that as we move forward. So I'm really glad to be your MC today, and looking forward to a very good day for you as you continue to celebrate. And I think the first, what we are going to do to start with is a play of the national anthem. Kuna? Good. We'll start with the national anthem. We all have the program, yes? Great. So we'll start with the national anthem.
Too long we have been concerned, but time has come to stand up and be counted. We will translate constancy into actions, as salt and light we must be felt. Sing it there.
Take our place,
take our
place of today.
nitasimama, nitachukua hatua,
Nitahesabika, sitanyamaza,
sitanyamaza mie.
nitahesabika.
Nitahesabika, nitasimama, nitasimama. Come on, help me say, oh, yeah, I will stand to be counted, 'cause God is my strength, because God enables me. Nitasimama, like Nehemiah. Nitahesabika,
Tumehesabika. Tumehesabika kweli? Wangapi wamehesabika? Yeah.
God that after 1 year, we landed safely. All on board were okay. We didn't need to put on our, these things we put on the airplane, the mask and then the floater, because God took care of us. And so we just want to take this moment to say thank you to God, because indeed it's been quite a journey, and we are grateful that this is happening. So my name is Wilson Kuna. It's been my great joy to coordinate the Ghana's internship program, cohort 1 and 2, and I think I can say a lot about each of the interns. And so we just want to take that to God in prayer this moment. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We are very grateful and honored that you have been with us. This program began last year. This second cohort began last year in a way that was shaky and discouraging in some points, but we thank you that you have carried us through the entire journey, and we thank you that the interns have had a wonderful experience of learning. We are grateful, God, for the Public Service Commission, through the support of our Commissioner, Dr. Muyandi, for the placements of all the 17 interns in 14 ministries, departments, and agencies of government. We thank you, God, for the supervisors who worked behind the scenes to help our interns to grow and to learn how to become professionals and even to become ethical public servants. We are grateful for their contribution. We thank you for the mentors who have sacrificed their time, their resources, without any pay or any other incentive, just to stand alongside the interns as they made sense of what it means to be a values-driven leader and public servant. And we thank you for the interns. We thank you for the partners who give their resources to support this program. We thank you for the many individuals, unknown to many of us, but who gave sacrificially so that this program can stay afloat and can come to where we are. We thank you, Almighty God, because you have inspired in us a vision for the transformation of this country. We may begin small, and we may have begun like a mustard seed, but we know that we are growing into a huge movement, a movement of values-driven and ethical champions in the public sector, but also in the private sector, who are going to be salt and light, who are going to bring the transformation that is needed in this country. And we thank you because that dream and that vision has remained in our hearts despite the storms and the challenges we have experienced along the journey. And we thank you, God, for the leadership of Hesabika Trust, for all they've done to support this initiative and for carrying forward the vision. We are grateful, God, for every stakeholder. And as we come here this morning, we acknowledge that, God, even beyond this day, it will take your hand for us to translate concerns into action. And I want to pray for each one of us, the interns who have persevered, who have learned so much, that it will not be lost, but it will be multiplied into great impact that this country needs at this time. And so we thank you and commit the rest of this program to you. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. And so I think this convocation is properly underway, right? Okay, karibu sana MC.
Thank you so much for that, Wilson. Who believes it's a year already? Imendaraka? Just the other day we were getting phone calls and interviews telling us, would you like to be a mentor? And then we had to consider and go through a rigorous interview. And look, here we are today. We are towards the end and looking to hear your testimonies of all the good things that have happened within this 1 year. And I think that one also just indicates how fast the earth is revolving. Yeah, so that each minute counts, each day counts. No minute should go to waste. Yeah, we should always be productive each minute of the day because time is going very fast. And speaking of very fast, we have Dr. George Ogalo, who's the Hesabika chair, whom I'm going to call on him to introduce our guests of today. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Can you hear me well? Great. Good morning. It is a bright morning and quite the right weather for a convocation. This is a day of celebration. It's all gone, right? Good to see you guys, and it's a real delight for me to be here. I share deeply in this engagement, in this program, from a vision perspective, and I really feel privileged to be here today. Allow me to make my remarks to our chief guest, Dr. Mary Muyandi. Our hosts, I believe that our hosts are represented, the Kenya School of Government. Yeah. Wonderful. To our partners of all kinds, and probably we'll be talking about them later, the GIPro participants, and these are our special guests, your hosts. You're the reason we are here today to celebrate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Hesabika chairman, Dr. Joshua Wadhanga. I've been introduced as the chair, but I am not the chair. I'm a trustee of Hesabika. Dr. Joshua Wadhanga is on transition from Hesabika chairmanship, but he is still the chair, and I want to pass his apologies and greetings to you. He is out of the country for other duties. He would have really loved to be here So I take this opportunity to welcome you to this special convocation. It is the second one, but it is special. It is very special because you are special, and this year has been special. In every way, this is special. This is a special day too, and we need to say it in the language that of the scriptures, and actually say that this is the day the Lord has made. What will we do? We'll rejoice and be glad in it. Somebody has written and said that the beauty of a day is not that it is new, but that we are being made new. The glory of the day is not that it marks a change from Thursday to Friday, right? But that we are being changed, that we have been changed, that there is a difference. So this day has significance for us individually and collectively as Hesabeka and as stakeholders. It's unique on its own terms, even if it is the second convocation because of many reasons. So I would like to wish to welcome each one of you to this occasion, and first of all by acknowledging individuals and entities that are represented here. Our chief guest, we welcome you. Please appreciate her. And she will have occasion to speak to us. Our chief guest is from the Public Service Commission and a commissioner. I would also want to appreciate our hosts, Professor Ludeki Chwea, who is the Director General of Kenya School of Government. I am told that he is on leave. He would have loved to be here because I think he is even personally invested in this program. I would also, please, can you appreciate our host and the representation? But let's see, we said again, represented? Yes? Thank you, thank you. And I am seeing you not for the first time. It's good to see you. We do acknowledge in absentia the Kenya Judiciary Academy. They are in Mombasa, I think, for an event. And they have been with Hesabeka since the first cohort, facilitating induction courses on judiciary operations. Let's appreciate them in the absence. There are several partners, and I would like to acknowledge first Focus Kenya for continuing to supply a seedbed of fresh graduates, really fresh, with social values and leadership foundations. And that is where significantly the GIPro program interns have been recruited by and large, and is represented here by the National Director, Mr. Simon Kande. Please. Yes, Simon Kande is familiar to you. And Simon Kande is also a trustee of Hesabeka. I would also want to acknowledge the GIPro mentors. If you're here and you're a GIPro mentor, please stand. You are very special. Yes, Sandra, thank you. Wonderful. Great. You may be seated. We really appreciate you. You have worked with the interns in intentional mentorship and personal development for the last 12 months plus. And you've provided inspiration on what it means to be a value-driven public servant. So we really thank you for being here today. We also want to appreciate GIPro 2021 alumni. If you are here and you have remembered that you have brothers and sisters and you say today you want to join in. Is there any alumni here? Oh, please stand. Wonderful. Yes. Yeah. That's a good indication, right? Yeah, great. Welcome. Thank you for choosing to be here today. It means that you remember the past in a memorable way. We want to then appreciate the other partners who are not here. TIA Fund have worked with Hesabeka in this program, providing funding support since the pioneering, especially since the pioneering cohort, and they may not be represented here, but we really acknowledge them for their support. We also have a foundation called Cornerstone that has funded Hesabeka, this initiative, particularly in the first cohort. We also appreciate people. We will not tell them to stand up. Individuals who have given sacrificially to support GIPro 2022 cohort, 10 individuals significantly. So please appreciate them even though you don't know who their faces are. I am not sure that I have covered everyone, but let me now appreciate the special people, the interns themselves. I'm sure you will have occasion to be shown here, but welcome and thank you for being here today. So allow me, oh yes, the supervisors. Of course, for the whole 1 year, probably these are the people that you have related most closely with in terms of time spent. So we want to acknowledge the supervisors who have supervised and supported these interns in those offices for the last 1 year. Please, if you're here, you must stand. Wonderful. Thank you, brother. One representation is qualitative enough because most of them are on duty, isn't it? So we really appreciate them and thank you for representing them. So let me quickly make a few remarks. My brothers and sisters, we do have one country, Kenya, which belongs to all of us. And when we look at our country, we have so much to thank God for and rejoice. This is a beautiful country. And sometimes you just need to take a walk out of this country and you will recognize that this is a wonderful, beautiful country. And it has presence and it has also potential. But we also know that we see so much need for transformation. And indeed, there are so many things that we wish to change for the better, ranging from failure in leadership across board, breakdown in values and morals. Poverty and inequality is a reality in our country. And we can attest to that because we come from different parts of this country. We are from different cycles. The issues of corruption, which in some way have become our trademark, and I hope we will shake it off. Social fragmentation. Now think about family and society. There are many issues, and there are also many forms of injustice. Now it's against this backdrop that a few years ago, the vision of Hesabika came to be. In fact, it's about 2016, so just about 7 years ago. So from inception, Hesabika Trust envisions a values-driven, moral, socio-economic transformation of this beloved country. And I can say that as long as we are here, us, by God's grace, we will never stop dreaming this way about our country. At the inception of Hesabika Trust, we also saw the robust Christian community in this country as a real opportunity to positively contribute to the nation by challenging and mobilizing the professionals, particularly Christians, the young people, and particularly an opportunity then with focus through students, and the church in general to actually stand up and live up to their own calling of being light and salt, as we have just sung, in every sphere of society. And that's why we are here today. The GIPro program fulfills Hesabika's objective of mentoring the next generation of values-driven leaders for the transformation of Kenya at a time and a context of many governance challenges that we face. The burden and responsibility for our society and the nation is and must be shared, and Hesabika Trust and the government share this common burden and this shared vision. So this is the second convocation since the beginning of the GIPro program, and it is the second cohort. Our guest, you lead a team of people who play a critical role that shapes how Kenyans are served in the Public Service Commission. And I take note that Your stated mission is to reform and transform the public service for effective and efficiency of service delivery. In fact, your vision, as I see it, is citizen-centric public service. Hesabika is value-centric. What a great fusion to have a collaboration between citizen-centric and value-centric vision. And that's what I see this program helping us to achieve. So the public service internship program, which Commissioner you do lead, as indicated, is now in its 4th cohort and is a positive move by the government to prepare the next generation for public service. Hesabika is, with its value-driven approach, is really complementing the government effort by all means. We are essentially grateful for the role that you played in facilitating the placement of these 17 interns in the 14 government ministries, departments, and agencies. I think this strategic partnership, where we are guided by a common vision and a common mission, is our opportunity. I can say, having been in government a bit, being a board member in one of the parastatals, I got to appreciate how much there is in government in terms of very good structures, a very good policy framework in this country. And I believe in your time this year, you have really appreciated. Sometimes from outside, you see government, and say government, but when you enter, you realize that there is so much good. In fact, one of the other things I realized when I was in the parastatal board is the quality of people in government, well-trained people. Government trains people structurally. So in terms of skill development, in terms of structures, policy framework, you really, really appreciate it. And so where is the weak link? It is the values. You can have structures, you can have policies, but they are driven by people. They're implemented by people. And that is the space that this GIPro program takes in order to complement the government. So lest we forget those whose day this is, allow me to say a very big congratulations to the GIPro interns, who will be the 2nd cohort of alumni at the end of the day. In actual sense, it is these young men and women who in this last 1 year offered and dedicated themselves to ensure the dream and partnership between Hesabika and the government of Kenya is realized. We need to recognize that first, we need to recognize you first and foremost for who you are and not what you are. If we were to define you by what you are merely interns at the bottom of the structure, right? But it is who you are that makes the difference. Kenyans in different state departments, maybe just to say that there are hundreds already, and we need to appreciate that the missing link is really the values. But for people, these people convocating today, it is more of a service, and we can trace that it is how their stint has been accounted for in the program and in other spaces. Guests of honor, we reiterate that in order to have a public service that will have the right values, we have to be more creative, and we are committed to this program however slow it takes. Today it's only 17 interns. What can 17 do? I was reminded that the disciples of Jesus were only 12. And many of us are sitting here on account of the 12. So it's not the numbers that matter, but the quality. Of course, you would want to have a critical mass, and that's why the government program of moving things forward in terms of numbers is also significant. And hopefully that in the future, there will be also a critical number of alumni, but also a number of young people participating in an internship program like this. So I pray that Hesabika will just be one among many players who are committed to the society, that as men and women who offer people-minded sacrificial service and serving with integrity. I must say that our hope is that Hesabika will just be one of the players. We will not claim to be the Messiah for this country. Indeed, we can see that government has making effort. There could be others making effort, but for us, we also have to take our space in this vision. We are delighted as Sabika to be engaged in that space, and we thank you, interns, for embracing this need and calling. I suggest to you that the war, for example, on corruption will ride on the back of an increasing number of the next generation of young people who will be willing to be different, often at a cost, and actually their own cost for that matter. So looking into the future, we will adjust the GIPro program so as to have more direct benefit, so that it can more directly benefit the public service, because in this arrangement, we are not even sure how many of you will end up in the public service, but hopefully that wherever you are, that you will make a difference for God and for country. We do that, hope that the public service will remain positive in this partnership with Sabika to make this happen better and bigger. I want to believe that the internship experience for you young people has honed your skills, reinforced your resolve to be true citizens and faithful believers, and that the experience will lead you to great opportunities of influence, not affluence necessarily. I give a very special appreciation to, again, supervisors of the interns who have over the year immensely contributed in the mentorship of these interns. You went beyond the call of duty, and you found yourself joining the call in your own way. In fact, I think for mentors and supervisors, as you have written and spoken to before, you have applied your hearts in this program. One can say that where there is vision and goodwill, learning happens in all directions. And I hope that you have been inspired from all directions. I hope that has been the experience of all GIPro participants, where as interns, mentors in the public service, and other partners, individuals and organizations, that you have contributed in one way, but you have also received in a big way. Let it be said that all those who came to give their talents, resources, and goodwill in this year's internship program also received in equal or greater measure the blessings of this program. And that is attested in the testimonies that you have given. A number of you have indicated that you have affirmed your training, your calling in your training. Many of you have indicated the resilience you have developed even as you were presented by opportunities for corruption. Really, this has been a great moment of formation. And so you have given so much, even if sometimes it looks like a drop in the ocean, as one of you may have indicated, that is a seed and a mustard seed that you have planted. So for our dear interns, this year was not an event. It is meant and was meant to shape you. And remember, you are not fully formed. God is still in the business. Formation is a lifetime business, even when you will be thriving in plenty. You should you not listen to his voice reminding you of a life calling to serve people? Remember that there were so many individuals, so many organizations, and the government itself that ganged up together to focus on you for this 1 year, believing in you and trusting you that you will make a difference in the future. So for today, this is the day of the Lord. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let us celebrate. And once again, congratulations and welcome to this occasion. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ogalo, for a very heartwarming welcome and heartwarming introduction of our guests. I think he's laid a very good foundation, giving us a good history of where we began, where we are, and casting a vision of where we are heading to. And most important for me, what I took from it were people-centered, citizen-centered, and now we are looking for vision-centered. And for that to happen, we've got to understand whether Hesabika has had an impact in meeting these various milestones. And that is what now we want to find out. We have a documentary, a GIPro Impact Stories documentary, where some of you have participated, and we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to hear your stories. So let's have it up. Thank you.
If you have to be a value-driven leader, you have to be willing to become.
GIPro has helped me to cultivate values, to be a values-driven leader, to be a thought leader.
I have grown. My convictions have been reaffirmed.
I believe GIPro is one of the best things that happens to me so far.
Hesabika has given me the courage, the confidence, it has given me the skills.
And this is only but a tip of iceberg.
It's like the parable of the mustard seed. It's very small, but once it grows, very great impact.
So the vision of Hesabika is to
If you have to be a value-driven leader, you have to be willing to become.
GIPro has helped me to cultivate values, to be a values-driven leader, to be a thought leader.
I have grown. My convictions have been reaffirmed.
I believe GIPro is one of the best things that happens to me so far.
Hesabika has given me the courage, the confidence, it has given me the skills.
And this is only but a tip of iceberg.
It's like the parable of the mustard seed. It's very small, but once it grows, very great impact.
So the vision of Hesabika is to transform Kenya. And our method of transformation is taking charge of what is going wrong. And so one of the programs that we are using to do this is a mentorship program called GIPro, a governance internship program. We recruit a cohort of 20 graduates every year.
And the aim of GIPro is to raise the next generation of values-driven leaders for the public sector. And so we have partnered with the Public Service Commission, who have been pivotal in placing the interns in various ministries, departments, and agencies. At the moment, the outgoing cohort have been placed in 14 ministries and departments and agencies of government through the support of the Public Service Commission.
So GIPro gave me a real-world experience to how the government operates. In the State Department for Industry, I got an experience to see how industrial policy is made. I also got an opportunity to actually participate in the preparation of an industrial conference.
My biggest highlights of what I've been involved in has been, developing a policy and also an organizational structure for the transport section.
One of the assignments that I was given in the Waste Management and Pollution Control Department was to work with youth and community-based organizations to create awareness on waste management.
I've been supporting our stakeholders, that is the engineers, with their CPD portals. I've also been supporting their interns, where there is a program called Graduate Engineers Internship Program. I've been supporting all the cohorts from cohort 1 to 4.
And so by doing this program, we are hoping to build some critical mass of people who work in public service, who have got the right values, who want to serve not just God, but also to serve people through the public service.
Hesabika has instilled for me the real meaning of public service. We are serving the people, bringing service to the people, thinking about the people.
My experience in GIPro has helped me appreciate social transformation. In the sense that when things were challenging and when I second-guessed myself on whether this is exactly the path I want to take, I got the reassurance that transformation is not just going to be for myself, but it's going to begin from me through to the society.
What GIPro has taught me is to actually stand by what I believe in, no matter how difficult at times that is. Because there are moments I feel, why should I? There are moments you feel as if your effort is a drop in the ocean.
For me, GIPro has given me a space in which I can stand for what is right and also stand for what is supposed to be done.
Working at immigration has made me a person of integrity and honesty, in that I have to interact with people's biodata and other sensitive documents that I have to keep confidential.
So the third pillar of GIPro is mentorship, and this is designed to attach them or pair them with a public servant who is a values-driven public servant for a year of very personalized mentorship. And so this is a way in which we seek to transfer some of the values from civil servants who are more experienced, but also who are Christian and who aspire themselves to be values-driven leaders.
And so as they share their lives and they share advice with these interns, they learn a lot from them in terms of just reinvigorating that passion for service, and they're able then to transmit lessons to the interns.
I will describe my mentorship journey as a perfect combination. I was paired with a very perfect mentor and we get along so well. I call her my elder sister.
One of the things that I have really enjoyed about my mentorship is being vulnerable to my mentor. He has created a space where I'm vulnerable to him and we share heart-to-heart, those heart-to-heart conversations.
My mentorship journey has been amazing. Prior to this, I did not have someone who I would share my life and interact with directly. But through the mentorship that GIPro offers, I am happy to say that I have found a brother and a friend who is able to guide me through life.
What I've enjoyed most in my mentorship journey, it is the mutual correlation with my mentor. This is one of the things that I've longed for, where someone who is senior or is above you is giving you the attention that even at times your peers cannot provide to you.
As a mentor, I do not just mentor the young people. The young people also do what I call reverse mentoring, where I grow in their way of looking at life, in their perspectives, and such that when I'm dealing with young people, I'm dealing with them from a point of knowledge, not from a point of ignorance.
So for me, it has been a moment of just being aware that I need to keep working. I need to keep moving forward. And in terms of values, because majorly is about values and being value-driven.
And so for me, what has been a highlight is to have a young person who is interested in serving in the public, and me having the privilege of walking alongside him.
One of the things that has really struck me is to see the thirst that is in young people, a desire to be mentored, a desire to have someone hold their hand, even as they walk along this journey.
Part of the requirements for participating in our program is fundraising. And so the interns need to raise their own support. And we have had testimonies about how people have grown in faith, in being able to trust God to supply their needs. And God has supplied in amazing ways.
The challenges I've experienced in GIPro have really strengthened my faith in God, and have made me understand that God provides. And through that, I've not been afraid to talk to people to help me out. And I've believed with my values, there is no amount of money that can buy values, integrity, and ethics in a person.
It's so exciting and encouraging to see very young people, but having very clear sense of direction, so that they see themselves in the next 5 to 10 years as public servants in various ministries of government. But a second contribution is to help them to clarify their calling.
GIPro has affirmed my calling and my career. With time, I have gained more clarity on my purpose in life.
I believe GIPro is one of the best things that happened to me so far. And it's part of the affirmation that I believe my calling is in this sector where I have to serve the public and serve God through the people.
GIPro has created a path into the public sector, and I can see myself working in the public sector, more so under the research and public policy.
For me, my holy discontent lies in social inclusion, ensuring that every voice matters. And therefore, I desire that in future, I shall be in such a space to influence in such a sphere, to ensure that everyone is socially included, to ensure that everyone matters, every voice matters.
I really look forward to getting into the governance space and also propagate the gospel that we have taken in from Hesabika and translate our concern into action.
In a few years to come, I see myself very confident and bold, stepping into the educational space to bring transformation.
I'm now more convinced than ever that my calling is in the public service, and GIPro has helped me to hone my skills.
Through this program, I have gained a deeper understanding of my country's social and political systems, and thus I plan to use my newfound knowledge and skills to improve and enhance good governance in Kenya.
My expectations are for me to continue being the ethical and honest leader that I am in the society. And I know after GIPro, I will continue to emulate these principles in each and every aspect of life that I am.
There is hope that our future is safe, that we have leaders who can govern and steward this country based on values and ethics, people who have the concerns and the needs of the people at heart.
We've seen a lot of transformation with the interns, and I think the greatest impact has come from supervisors who've just talked about the different caliber of people when they compare our interns with other interns that come to where they serve.
I have so far, can say I have about 5 years of supervising interns and attaches. And I can confidently say that of the interns that I have supervised so far, this is my most special one. He's been attached in the headquarters, but he wants to drive and cause a wave in a place where our services are least felt.
The intern who we worked with showed a lot of confidence in the fact that he's able to articulate issues. He's one person who seeks knowledge and seeks understanding. And from what he has been doing, you can see the passion and the interest to actually serve.
And so we see GIPro into the next 10 years, and so also contributing to a growing pipeline of ethical champions who are needed so badly by this country.
It's a very profound way of achieving change in our country. It's like the parable of the mustard seed. It's very small, but once it grows, very great impact. Because what we are doing is not headline catching. It is not out there in the street, it's not out there in the media, but what we are doing is systematically bringing change and blending it within the public sector.
For me, GIPro is a vehicle that we can use to help these young people to understand that learning to become, if you have to be a value-driven leader, you have to be willing to become.
Hesabika is that platform that equips the young people, helps them build up their inner man, so that when they go out and they are positioned where God positions them, they are able to deliver without putting his name to shame.
Hesabika has given me the courage, the confidence, it has given me the skills and the exposure to be able to now handle my holy discontent in a better way, in a godly way.
GIPro has helped me to cultivate values, to be a values-driven leader, to be a thought leader. Being a leader who aspires better, who aspires to be better for the sake of the nation.
I have grown. My convictions have been reaffirmed. I have been exposed to better platforms to help me understand what I really need to do with my life. And I've been able to meet people who are able to challenge me to be the best version of myself.
GIPro to me has created a sense of purpose, and this is only but a tip of iceberg of the kind of impact that I'm going to make out here in the near future.
I am coming out of here a changed person. I am coming out of here convinced that there is a right way to do things.
So I believe we should all support Hesabika because it is critical. It is one of those movements that will bring a difference in our nation.
We need to be at a place where we say, what difference can I make? And if there's a difference I can make with the little experience that I've had in the public service, I'm very excited to be a part of a program that helps move this country forward, young people that are dedicated, and a critical mass of people that really believe in the future and the prosperity of this nation.
The solutions to our problems lies with the youth. And that is where you're tapping the solutions from, because they're coming up with ideas, and what we need to do is to help them or partner with them so that we can actualize the solutions that they're suggesting.
And so we want to encourage everybody to Hesabika. How you can join us is at your place of work, your sphere of influence, to take responsibility for what is going wrong there and to start to do something about it.
So you can support Hesabika by, of course, praying for our work. But secondly, we ask that you can consider to give to support this work. And also you can volunteer, because we have many opportunities that require volunteers like you. So welcome and join us as we stand up to be counted.
So we are very grateful to those who have partnered with us. We especially want to thank Tier Fund, who has really supported the GIPro program in setting it up and in running the last 2 cohorts, for their contribution in building the next generation of leaders, and for all those who've supported the work with the churches, so particularly the Christian organizations, Evangelical Alliance of Kenya, the National Council of Churches of Kenya, who have partnered with us, the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries, who've also worked with us on the Church Code of Governance, and all the individuals who have given, whether of their time as mentors or all those who have been giving money faithfully to support the work of Hesabika.
Thank you so much, Hesabika. Asante sana GIPro.
Asante sana GIPro.
Asante GIPro. Thank you Hesabika.
Asante sana GIPro. Thank you Hesabika.
Asante sana GIPro. Thank you Hesabika.
Asante sana Hesabika. Asante sana GIPro.
Asante sana GIPro. Thank you so much Hesabika.
Asante sana Hesabika. Asante sana GIPro for the chance. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Tusimame, tuhesabike na tuchukue hatua. Pamoja tuhesabike.
For Hesabika, for GIPro, for the Public Service Commission, for KSG, for the interns, for the supervisors, for the mentors. That's awesome. And I think when we talk about impact, it's been achieved. Would you agree? It's been achieved. And one thing I like about it is these are lifelong lessons. You know, it doesn't matter where you'll go, whether you come back and work in the public service, whether you become part of government, you go to the private sector, wherever you will go, these are lifelong lessons, the kind of things that even if you want to forget, it will be impossible to forget. And I'm looking across the room. One thing I like is that we have more or less a critical mass, if you could use it, an addition to what already exists, of individuals who will not overtly criticize the government from the lens that they actually understand how government works, as opposed to if you're looking at it as an outsider who says the government is bad, the government is not functioning, the government is this and this. Now at least you have an insider view of how the government works, what the government seeks to achieve, and even when things are not going the way they're supposed to go, but you are seeing it from a different perspective as opposed to someone else on the streets. But then now, because perhaps these request stories are jabba. The video we just watched, pengine, is not the real thing. Now we want to listen to the real deal from the horse's mouth. And we have 2 amazing interns who are going to give us their experiences, word for word. experience from experience, or experience to experience. And the first we're going to have Le President. Is he still the president? He's still the president. Yes. So we're going to start with Le President, Master Robert Maisha, followed by Miss Emily Anyango. Karibu sana.
So thank you so much to our chief guest, Dr. Mary, and to the one that is representing Kenya School of Government, I believe is Dr. Priska, who is also a mentor. It's so nice to have you here. To the National Director of Focus, the last time he was a pastor, Pastor Simon Kande, and to our respected Hesabika trustees, of course represented by Dr. George Ogalo, the Hesabika Trust Secretariat that is composed of a very able program coordinator, Mr. Wilson Kuna, and my able admin, Ms. Sharon Mwai, and the most powerful team of mentors. We can appreciate them. My fellow GIProlites of the second cohort and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the president of the GIPro cohort 2, it is my distinct privilege to stand before you today to reflect on our collective journey and the incredible experiences that have shaped us into the junior public officers we have become in a span of 1 year. One of the transformative experiences that has left a permanent mark on us is the exceptional training we received from the Kenya School of Government. The induction into public service course provided us with a fresh perspective of how the Kenyan government operates and the critical role each of us play in shaping our nation's future. Dr. Priska, your team ensured we know our roles and no more calling out the government as if we are strangers on the same. We are the government. We learned that public service is not just a job, but a noble calling, an opportunity to serve our fellow citizens, and a commitment to the common good. Ladies and gentlemen, our understanding of the detailed workings of our government was further enriched by the training we received from the Kenya Judiciary Academy. This training shed light on the vital role of the judiciary as an independent arm of the government, ensuring the rule of law and safeguarding the rights and liberties of our citizens. It was a privilege to delve into the complexities of our legal system and appreciate the importance of justice in our society and the role that alternative dispute resolution play as well. It is from the training that we were made to appreciate that every file in a government office, it's not just a file, but it represents a person who might not be able to defend themselves. Beyond the structured trainings, our journey as a cohort was defined by the special bonds we formed with our mentors, or mentors. Our bi-monthly meetings with these seasoned professionals provided us with unique connections and the opportunity to learn from their wealth of experience. The mentors have not guided us, but have also become our allies in this lifelong quest for knowledge and growth. All this, ladies and gentlemen, they did at no cost. Despite their busy schedules and commitments, our mentors, we are forever grateful, and blessings are my prayers upon you. I would like to take a moment to extend a special appreciation to a crucial institution that has played a big role in our journey, the Public Service Commission. It's through the dedicated effort of the PSC in coordination with ESABICA, that we were placed in internships that provided us with practical experience. The Public Service Commission's commitment to fostering the development of future public servants is commendable, and we are truly grateful for the opportunities we have been afforded. Our chief guest, we, the graduates of GIPro, Cohort 2, stand before you not only as individuals who have successfully completed the internships, but as competent and values-driven professionals who have the best interests of our country at heart. Madam Commissioner, I humbly request that you consider retaining this team for job opportunities within the public service. We have been rigorously trained, mentored, groomed to serve our nation with integrity, dedication, and a commitment to the common good. I believe that we possess the skills, knowledge, and values needed to make a meaningful impact to the public service. Our pledge to combat corruption, promote competence, and uphold transparency aligns perfectly with the goals and aspirations of the Public Service Commission. And as the common phrase goes, mambo ni matatu. By retaining us, you will not only be investing in our future, but also contributing to the enhancement of the public services, capabilities, and effectiveness. We understand the challenges that our nation faces, and we are eager to be part of the solution. We are ready to roll up our sleeves, work tirelessly, and contribute our best to help the country thrive by retaining us. You would be securing a cadre of public servants who are dedicated to serving the public good and advancing the interests of Kenya. So, Madam Commissioner, we recognize that the decision to retain interns involves various considerations, but we firmly believe that it is in the best interest of our nation to harness the potential of this cohort. We respectfully urge you to consider our request and to recognize the value we bring to the public service. In conclusion, let me share with the graduating team. We are here today to commit ourselves to a cause greater than ourselves. We understand that bringing change to our beloved nation is not just a desire, but a solemn obligation. Today we will sign a commitment. I pledge a pledge that we will carry with us to every office, every position, and every responsibility that we will occupy in the future. For me, it will start with the National Assembly, then to the office on the hill in the State House. Let us refuse to be disillusioned. Instead, we choose to be agents of change. We stand united, ready to uphold the principles of integrity, transparency, and excellence in our roles. Allow me to express my profound gratitude to the ESABICA Trust, the Kenya School of Government, the Kenya Judiciary Academy in absentia, the Public Service Commission, represented by Madam Commissioner, and all our mentors for the unwavering support. Thank you, and may our collective journey be marked by continued success and lasting legacy of service to our beloved country. Let our generation be proud that they lived in our generation. Thank you.
The chief guests, Commissioner, Public Service Commission, Representative, Kenya School of Government, Dr. Priska, the National Director, Focus, Pastor Simon Kande, our able Board of Trustees, ESABICA, our very loving and intentional mentors, my fellow GIProlites and distinguished guests. Good morning. Yeah, as I was just watching the video presented to us this minute, I just thought to myself that these beautiful stories have been created to us courtesy of GIPro Vision that has seen us seated here today. And it is marking the end of GIPro Cohort 2, but for me, it's just the beginning or the continuation of the release of an army of change makers to the society that will lead change and inspire transformation that is desired by Kenya, and also that is desired by Kenya through the public space. And this is why I say so, and I hope at the end of this beautiful GIPro experience of mine, we will be able to come to terms or to relate with why I say so. So GIPro to me came at an opportune time, I would say. I was about to graduate from campus, and many will relate to that actually for the graduates, it usually comes with a lot of uncertainties, and the question of what next usually arises at that time. But for me, thankfully, GIPro came to me at that moment. I got selected a month towards my graduation for this program, and trust you me, I was so excited because unlike my fellows, I was having something that I was looking forward, and GIPro began, the journey began that month, that is the month of July last year, and fast forward, I got deployed at the Civil Registry Department at Thika Town. And I would say GIPro has become an answered prayers. The reason why I say that is having a small experience in my professional line or in my career path, I was so unsure whether I wanted to take that path then. That was in 2021. And the reason why I was so unsure is because I felt there were some gaps that were missing in my life. And trust you me, GIPro has provided that answer. And it has provided that answer in 3 of the following ways. Number 1 is through the trainings. Number 2 is through the internship experience. And number 3 is through the mentorship. And why do I say it's through the trainings? It's through the trainings because we started with an orientation, one that took place virtually and another one that took place at St. Francis Retreat Center. We also had one here at KSG, and what a coincidence today. We were right here at Customer Service Week on a Friday, and today we are also seated here at the very same time, and this couldn't be, it was just meant to be, right? Yeah. And also at Kenya Judiciary Academy, we also had one there, and the most important that has taken us throughout the year is that one of GROW model of mentorship and coaching through our bi-monthly meetings at African International University. And what has these trainings done? It has helped us get knowledge and increase our scope of what career is, and also modeled us through information and contributed to our professional development. That is through trainings. Number 2 is through mentorship. Or let me skip that. Number 2, I will say through internship experience. And this is where my beautiful story of GIPro begins. You know, when I got deployed at the Civil Registry, I had no idea of what was awaiting me. When I was being trained, I remember we were here at KSG, I was just awing at everything that was being said, but never had I imagined that these values would be tested along the way. You know, Hesabika core values are 4. That is excellence, integrity, unity and justice, and transformation. And all of these have been tested. The first one, excellence, the very first time I reported, I remember it was on a Monday, and I got my supervisor, and I was taken through what is required of me, and I was taken through the departments, and she asked me a question. Are you willing to start right now? And I immediately responded, no. The reason why I responded that is because I just went home and thought to myself, I started rethinking, because I looked at the work, the nature of work there, and I had to ask myself if I really wanted to do this before I could give a yes. I thought through it because I know before thinking ish, the reason why I say that it's because Civil registry department is a very busy one, especially at the field work, because this is a place where, okay, it deals with registration of birth and death certificates. And you can agree with me, children are being born daily and people are dying daily. Imagine arriving at an office where your clients arrived way earlier than you. You're just reporting at almost 7:50, almost 8, and there's a long queue at Huduma Center waiting for application. You now understand why I had to rethink whether I wanted to do this or not. Yeah, so that was the reason why I had to rethink. And what that has taught me, it has taught me to shape excellence at work. Because at first, before I adjusted, I really battled with that so much, because most of the time I would leave the place with a lot of fatigue. But with time, I learned to build a positive attitude towards work, and in turn, I got to see work not from the point of it being too much, but from the point of purpose. You know, sitting there, coming in the morning, sometimes you don't even know where lunchtime ilifika sangapi. By the time it's time to go home, you can't hold the count of time. But I would say, seeing it from point of value, by the time you're getting home, you're asking yourself, today, I have seated here at the printer, and I've actually printed more than 100 certificates for the children of Kenya and the people who are coming to seek services. To a child who is at the hospital, and that birth certificate is really needed to process the NHIF. For a child who is sitting for KCSE, and they're in a hurry to get those birth certificates to do their KCSE. For that person who needs to travel. For that person who needs this for any other national reason. No, you know, when I saw it from that point, that is when the intentional work discipline arose with me, such that I know, as I'm staying there, there is something I am doing for my country. There are citizens who are going home fulfilled and happy that actually today they came and they went back home, and they went back home with whatever they were looking for. So I appreciate that discipline that has helped to sharpen my skills. Some of the skills that I've gotten from the department is data entries, report writing, communication and customer engagements, because trust you me, talking to the citizens of Kenya, those who are there, you know. Secondly is unity and justice. When I'm mentioning this in relation to the core values of Hesabika. Unity and justice. You know, public offices, and you'll agree with me, even some of us before we got into the government, will agree that most often it is always viewed as a biased department or minister, where people feel that they have to have connection before they get serviced. But today I can stand here and assure you that most offices actually do their role. You know, most offices actually, and I would agree with George, Dr. George, that actually it is filled with people who actually really know what and why they're being serviced there. So I myself am proud today that I have actually served every Kenyan citizen seeking for help, and what I will say is seeking for help regardless of their ethnic background, regardless of their status quo. Every person, whether an elderly, whether a professional, whether that mama from the village coming to seek service from the office, all of them, I served them with no bias, with no nothing. Yes, and actually we can help preach the gospel that most of these government departments are really working, and I experience that. So today, I tell myself, when I see those long queues, I wouldn't complain again. I really know what happens behind the scenes. Yeah. Number 3 is integrity, and this is so special to me, because I remember one time, I don't know if around this year, I was sharing with my fellow GIPro lights in the group and just joking and saying, come and see GIPro. I would be living or staying in the leafy suburbs somewhere in this Nairobi. Why do I say so? I say so because CRS is a very critical department, and it being critical, it has attracted different interests. Some are genuine and some are phony, we'll agree that. And it takes an individual with goodwill for the country and high level of integrity to serve the office at that capacity. Saying no to money, my friends. And that time, we're just a volunteer intern, and sometimes you don't even have fare to go home. And there is someone there who is willing to offer something for you to push their agenda. But choosing to serve with an honest heart has been my greatest temptation, I would confess. Saying no even when you are sure, hakuna penye utapelekwa, kwani ni wapi watanipeleka? And also knowing that nobody is watching me, so whether I take it or not, ni mimi tu ndo najua. Yeah, you know, but choosing to serve people with an honest heart has been the greatest challenge. Sometimes you even look stupid because nani anakataa pesa Mungu ame-provide. But when you think of what simple act of saying no can do, now let us thinking of the simple act of saying no can do. Do you know that that no can save a country from terrorism? Saying that no can save a family from injustice. From terrorism, I say, you know, birth certificate is the only evidence that shows somebody was born in Kenya. And there's illegal citizens whose agendas we don't know. So if I accept the payment or whatever to push their agenda, how can I say? It is so, I'm trying to look for a word to say to bring out the states of which that simple act of just taking can do, regardless of how good it may seem or regardless of what everyone else is doing. And a family injustice, this I mean is that you may never know agenda which people are seeking with it, death certificates. So you really have to be sensitive, you really have to be, how can I put it, to be compassionate, all those values put together for you to really understand and say, regardless of the situation, I am not taking that. There's a reason why you have that an agenda. I am not going to help or to help facilitate the achievement of that agenda. So, but when I would say it has helped save the country, and from terrorism and also families from injustice. And if you think about this, you'll agree with me that this is the transformation GIPro is creating, leading us to the fourth core value, which is transformation. I am proud that I raised the flag of GIPro and ethical public service delivery higher in my space, what Hesabika stands for now. I am convinced more than ever, whether my contribution seemed like a drop in the ocean, that if we can pull a significant mass of people who are values-driven across different spheres of this public space, then the future of a country with zero tolerance to corruption is a great possibility. And I hope you agree with me. And the future generation will actually thank us for taking this step of faith. And lastly, through mentorship, as I mentioned earlier, through my attachment experience, I felt a need, or I felt a gap that was missing in my life. I felt like I needed someone who would hold my hands through the career path, to just guide me of what this, you know, when you graduate, you're just being given the power to read and write and go, you know? But you're being taken to a world where nobody, or perhaps maybe our education system, really didn't shape us enough to go and embrace it, I would say. And so the need of having someone to really guide you through that was very evident in my life at that point. And GIPro gave me that opportunity. And I got one amazing mentor who is apparently our MC today, Sandra Ochola, and by extension also to Madam Joyce Tairu. Thank you, Sandra, for going down to my level to create time and listen and comfort and encourage even when times were really difficult. Thank you for tagging me along in your various and many projects. I really appreciate that. And the most memorable of all is just me. It's just I seated at the same room with the Chief Justice of Kenya. It really, because I don't know how when that would have happened, but through her, that dream became a reality. Thank you so much, Sandra, for that. And thank you, Madam Joyce Tairu, for the many advices that has changed our views, in various aspects of life. You really dedicate yourself to really talk to us and work with us and shape us in various aspects of life. I appreciate. And to all our mentors, thank you for agreeing to this call and to take us through this journey and to see us come this far. God bless all of you. Where else could I have found such an amazing experience to share with you today? God bless Hesabika, nimehesabika. Thank you so much.
So amazing. A round of applause for them as well. And thank you to the interns, if I could say so myself. Thank you to the interns for taking up the opportunity, because I think it's because of you that we are today as well. So that being said, maybe even for them, bado hizo ni stories za jaba. They could be telling us how amazing they were at work, but then now we'd like to hear it from the supervisors. Yes, because maybe they go out there and they're different at work and they're different with their mentors. But then now, tunataka kusikia ya ukweli. So I'm going to invite Mr. Stephen Mwita, who's representing supervisors. He's from the Civil Registration State Department of Interior, State Department for Interior and Citizen Services, as a civil registration officer. Karibu sana, Mr. Mwita. A round of applause as he comes.
Wow. To the chief guest, all the stakeholders, the conveners of this meeting and convocation, good morning. I wish to recognize everyone that I may not have individually mastered in my mind, but I want to say, what else can you say after such wonderful testimonies? You know, from the moment we started, right from Dr. Gallo's presentation, I realized just how much we have to share and how much we have to do even after this activity. But at the end of it, we are all going to learn, and there's something we are going to carry home. My name is Stephen Mwita. Stephen Mwita is a civil registrar from Ministry of Interior, State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services, Civil Registration Department. I am meant to understand that I'm here to speak on behalf of supervisors. I may not speak on exactly how they evaluated their interns, but I can confidently say that from this documentary that I've watched here, I can authoritatively speak on their behalf. And in case I misrepresent any, my apologies in advance. Because from my end, I will give the truth as it is. This program is a unique one in its own way, because this is more of an exam in a private school for those of us who went to public schools, where you go to a private school and maybe, let me not appear so biased, but let me use the example of a teacher who is so concerned about their students excelling in their exams that they will teach the curriculum, make sure that they complete the syllabus on time, they provide all the resources required and all alternative reference materials, go ahead and provide different sets of questions that can potentially appear in an exam and even give answers, just to make sure that the student performs to the best of their ability. I think that is what Hesabika is doing, that is what GIPro is. Because this is such a unique program that other than you people just looking for opportunities for the interns, you have been so keen on following up on how they are doing and making sure that they are comfortable and they are causing an impact in the places where they've been deployed to. Because that's what I've seen in my workplace with the intern that I had. I wish to pose a challenge to us, first with myself and maybe Madam Commissioner, because we also have another set of interns that we normally guide and mentor. We have to do some slight, in my opinion, some slight changes, because there's a big difference in what our other interns do and how this program is designed or engineered. There is a big difference, and a good one for that purpose, worth emulating. So if there's somewhere to benchmark, I think it is as at Hesabika. I would recommend that. This program, in its special way, gives the interns a sense of purpose. You're not simply deployed to somewhere the way our security forces sometimes are deployed to war-torn areas. And whether you come back or you don't come back is not guaranteed. Eh? This one is meant to make them feel like you're being sent there with a purpose, and we expect you to bring back positive results. And they have done so. That's why they are here, all of them, without missing any. I have challenged us to take maybe, or to see how to emulate that. It's unfortunate that the speeches which have been read here have also challenged me. I've had to maybe just skip whatever I had chosen to speak about. When I was listening to Emily's presentation, having been a civil registrar in the field for 4 years, you people may not relate. But I can confirm, she wasn't my intern. I wasn't supervising. I didn't even know that we had an intern in our department from this program other than some. I just discovered here that there were 2 of them. And I can tell you for sure, that is what happens. And it takes courage, it takes uniqueness for you to stand out, go against the wave. Because the wave calls you to move with what the crowd is moving with. But then that uniqueness is what makes you stand out. I'm hoping that these interns who have been trained for the last 1 year, they are going to cause an impact, not in the future. Because when I heard all of them speak, they've been talking of in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. How about if you get an opportunity? For me, my wish would be they continue to be there, because they have already identified the gaps. They have already suggested solutions. How about those solutions can be implemented as soon as tomorrow or now? Because the challenges that they have identified are still there. And the people to implement or solve them are the same people who are here. And like I had pointed initially when we were speaking with Kina Sharon, I was saying the problems that we have currently will not be solved by a specific group of people who are simply reserved to solve them. it will be a group effort. Because where I sit, as maybe someone who has gone earlier than them, I do not hold the monopoly to create solutions to all the challenges that are there in this country. But if we combine our efforts, we'll be able to come up with something noble, something better that will make us move ahead. Because I've seen part of your clarion calls is that you are the salt and the light. And I believe that is a biblical term. Because if you are the salt of the light, the salt of the world, you will add taste where there is no taste. And if you are the light, you are going to bring light where there is darkness. That will make you appear unique. I hope the interns who are here, this I'm not promising anything, I'm just challenging you. Emily, you've had an experience to work in our department at the field level, and you've seen the challenges that are there. My sincere wish would be that out of the 315 civil registration officers vacancies that were advertised last month, I hope you make it. I'm just hoping that you'll make it to one of those. And I hope you have applied, because there's one thing about wishing, and there's also another thing about applying and taking an action. Because many of the youth that we speak to, they will tell you, but gava unajua lazima ukuwe unajuana na mtu. Yeah? I want to give a testimony here, a personal one. I'm standing here as a civil registrar who saw an advertisement on the internet, logged into my public service portal in my house, applied, and forgot about it. Then one day as I was walking, I met someone. I was also looking for a job. It was at some place in around Kasarani. There's an institution there called Employment Authority of Kenya. Yes, I had also gone to look for a job there. So I was like, this thing normally I see, they say they employ youths. Let me also walk in. I met a lady there, though, as we were waiting to be served. And then she tells me like, oh, you know, by the way, there are some jobs that were advertised some 4 months ago. They did shortlisting. I was like, oh, okay, which jobs? The Minister of Interior. It didn't even hit me. Then later in that evening, I went back into my portal for me to check and find that my name had been shortlisted there for interviews. I was like, okay, fine. Prepared myself, went for the interview, did my best, and I left it to God. Went back again. And then as I was sitting, a friend calls me like, hey, I saw a list somewhere and I saw your name as an appointed officer. I was like, which name? And when they shared the list, I was there. I didn't know anyone. I've never known anyone. And here I am. So when I hear a person who wants to drive an agenda that is based on values, you're talking about me. Yeah? And that is why I have an interest in seeing someone who can share in my dream. Because if I have managed to delineate myself from that mentality of you have to know someone for you to get a service somewhere, you have to know someone for you to get a job somewhere, I may not relate with you because mimi sikuenda hiyo njia na sielewi. Right? And that is exactly the crop of leaders that we are creating here today. Leaders who are going to, from tomorrow, are going to make it possible, are going to stand there and say, it is possible for me to cause an impact from my level, from wherever I am, without necessarily having to be influenced by anybody. This lady has really highlighted a lot of challenges that people face in these public offices. You know, that birth certificate, I'm just using it as an example, a very small document, 50 bob. 50 bob siku hizi hata hawezi panda nayo nduthi in Nairobi, si ndio? But you can save someone's life with it. I've had cases where a parent comes to you at 4:59 p.m. When you have your keys in the office, you want to lock your office and go home. Or sometimes even at 5:30 because you had a very long queue. And they're here crying like, my child is at the door to the theater room. The doctor is waiting. I cannot be able to access this service because I need a birth certificate to add them to my cover. And you ask yourself, my official working hours are from 8 to 5. It is 5:30. I was only just winding up. Even if I don't have this one, I will not have committed any crime. But then recall and ask yourself, you are holding the life of a child in your hands. What can you do about it? For me, those are the kind of people that I think I have been interacting with. And those are the kind of people that I think those are the services or the people that we need to have serving our citizens. Because at the end of it, Public Service Commission, like from the name, it is not a job, it is a service. Ama mimi ndo sielewe kizungu vizuri. It is a service, right? And when you're called to serve, do you serve with expectations? You serve simply because you have been given that responsibility. So I think this is just, I do not want to repeat myself because all that has been said here, I can confirm is true. And the only way to go, if I was to be asked, is to enlarge this program. For me, wherever I will be, I don't know if tomorrow I'll be in the same place where I am, because I can serve elsewhere. But if I get an opportunity to hold someone's hand and show them the way, I will do it even if it's in the middle of the night. And on behalf of our department, which I represent, I want to say thank you so much for giving us a very dedicated officer that we are still not willing to say or agree that is going to leave us. We've grown so fond of him. I understand that he was supposed to have left the office sometime last month, but we were with him in the office up to yesterday at around 5:30. Because he has become such an integral part of us that we are now like, now if you're going to leave Sam, these are your colleagues that you've been holding. Because I know when Sam is around, his colleagues will not have issues. I have time to focus on what I do because he will be attending to them. He's created a leader in himself in that space. So if I have an opportunity to have another Sam or to continue the same Sam, I will be so glad to carry on that. Thank you so much. Let us continue engaging. Nashukuru.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mwita. A round of applause for him. And may we all be like Sam. May we all be like Sam. Now, we are halfway through our program, moving on swiftly, and I think we have about an hour or less left. And so now we are going to listen to our mentors. Yes, we are going to find out what the experience has been, where they've come from, with the mentees, where they are, what we are looking forward to, and their words of wisdom. And because there are three of them, I'm going to ask them to chop those minutes amongst them. So I'm going to start with Madam Joyce Wanjiru Thairo, followed by William Odwor Owino, Mr., and then Dr. Priska Olwo. Okay, all righty. So we'll have Madam Joyce Wanjiru Thairo, then Mr. William Odwor Owino, and then we have another section there for Dr. Priska Olwoch. So karibu sana. A round of applause as she comes.
To the chief guest, all protocols observed, good morning. Good morning. I'm very glad this morning for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the mentors. There has been a great joy being a mentor in this program. I've been a mentor in other programs, but I can assure you that this one is different. Different because, first, we are dealing with people who are coming into a space where I've been for the last 27 years. And working with them and showing them that it is possible to be a Christian in the public service, to represent Christ, and to be a value-driven leader, it was such a joy. I must confess that when I saw the advertisement for this opportunity, my heart leaped with joy, because my holy discontent, a term that I learned in Hesabika, is looking at young people in Africa. And I must confess that Africa is blessed with a youthful generation. And other people see youth and describe them using negative words. I always look at the youth in Africa as a resource that can be empowered, guided, supported, allowed to fail, because failure is part of life, my brothers and sisters. As a teacher, I must say that whenever you take your child to school, you buy them a pen and a rubber. Why? Why do you do that? Yes? Because they have to make mistakes. Unfortunately for us adults, we take mistakes as not necessarily in the journey of life. And I must say that in this, so I was saying my holy discontent is seeing the youth of Africa, the greatest resource, being disempowered, disengaged. Now we are talking about unemployment, underemployment, and other terms. And my question is, what can I do so that I made a contribution to this, in this situation, so that we can talk about empowered youth in Africa, people who are, I believe African solutions lies with the youth of Africa. And it is our responsibility to see what we can do on a daily basis so that we empower these people so that they may create solutions in Africa. And I must say that it has been a joy working with the young people. We started something early in the year where we formed a group in our triad. And when I told the mentees that we'll be meeting weekly, they were wondering, how is it going to be possible? Now I'm telling them we have to close this thing, and they're no, we cannot close this thing, we have to continue with it, because it has been a great way of learning. I must, in the interest of time, I must say there are three things I have gained, because it is not that, it's not only the mentees who have gained from the mentors, even us have gained from the opportunity to mentor. One, it is an opportunity to serve God. It's a ministry. For us Christians, sometimes we think serving God it only happens in church. Let me tell you, I always go to class. I'm a teacher, I said earlier, my ministry is in the classroom. And I always tell my students that I'm a servant of God in the classroom, and God is my supervisor. He sits at the back to see if I'm doing a good job. And that is the story I tell the young people. Whenever you are, even in the public service where there's minimal supervision, you know, people write in their CV, I can work at a minimum supervision. In the public service, my friends, you work at a minimum or no supervision. You're actually your own supervisor in many of these spheres. But when you take God as your supervisor, then the things become different. And I liked what my brother said earlier. You will serve people even after 5:30 because you're actually serving God. We will serve you and people at night. I tell my students that you can even send me a message if you're in distress at 10 p.m. I may not respond that time if I'm asleep, but you can be sure that I will respond the following day. So GIPro has given me an opportunity, a moment of learning. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot serve these young people if we do not understand their perspective. When you are telling them, you, no. Let us understand their perspective so that we are able to serve them well. So it has given me that opportunity. It has also given me an opportunity to share knowledge and expertise. It is of no value to know things if you are not using them. It is of no value to know things if you are not sharing them with others. So it has given me an opportunity to share my experience, my knowledge, and especially as a Christian in the marketplace, in the public service. It has also given me an opportunity to help the young people to interact with other young people who are actually putting a dent on the universe after allowing themselves to be mentored. So in those weekly meetings, I have actually invited young Kenyan youth who are even serving out of the country, who got opportunities, not because they knew anybody, but because they took action. So I hope Emily applied for that opportunity, because if you do not apply, if you don't ask, the answer is always a no. It has also given me an opportunity to host a number of mentees in my home. And it was a joy. We even did a retreat somewhere outside Nairobi for a weekend. It was quite awesome. Just listening to these young people, giving them an opportunity to be themselves, allowing them to play games in your house. I mean, what else am I asking for? So I've learned a lot. It was a great opportunity to learn, a great opportunity to interact with these young people and tell them it is possible. It is possible to be an ethical public officer. Even when opportunities arise for your ethics to be tilted a bit, you can say no for the sake of Christ. May God bless you.
The chief guest and all protocols observed. Director was my college mate, was my chair at the Christian Union at the University of Nairobi. And everybody, good morning. It's a pleasure to be in this place again. My name is William Odur Owino. I think when we began, all my points, they started diminishing. Because when we started singing the anthem, there were a lot of graphics. And in one of the pictures, the video, I saw a pickup loaded with people at the back. And it reminded me when I was a DO1 in Narok, I didn't like what I used to see. So one day I boarded the Pro Box. And I decided I wanted to study and learn so that I can make corrections. So I just waited until they loaded the people. And then I sat in front, and the front was also loaded with 4 people, so that the driver, the steering was the other side. It was a very interesting, and I was there in the front. And so immediately when we landed in the destination in Olololunga, I asked the driver, my friend, now sasa hapa mambo, by those days haikuwa matatu, ilikuwa moja. As a law enforcement, as an administrator, I did not entertain what is not right. And so I told him, now Hapa hakuna kuongea. Please follow me later for further explanation of what happened. And it means that for me, an opportunity to mentor has been something that is in the blood. Since when the Kenya School of Government inducted me on values, by then, although I was a Christian, but now what was expected of me as a civil servant in government when I was a DO, those ethos I was able to carry along with me to date. And so when the internship program came, I was the Deputy County Commissioner of Embu North. I really struggled because I was a bit far, and many of the activities that were happening in Nairobi, I think I tried my best, just like my other colleagues, and I only missed one or so. It was a great opportunity to be a mentor. And one of the things that I experienced, just like I needed to share a few thoughts in my journey, the value of seeing and doing the right thing, driven by value-driven leadership. I had an experience when I was a DO, my first posting in Kasikeo, where the community's interest in conservation of water was being compromised by the business people who came with lorries to take away the sand from the riverbeds. Not once that I slept guarding the sand for the sake of the community. I tried it with the police officers, and they were really supportive, but at some point they told me, Afande sutu wachitu kidogo tukule kitu. But one of the things that I did when I was a DO in my first station, I wrote a statement that corruption is a curse to your family forever. And so I placed it, and so I kept reminding my officers, remember, corruption is a curse to your family forever. That notwithstanding, even the latest experience when I was a DC, when I landed, I had an opportunity. Many people, when a new administrator comes to the stage in a station, they mobilize themselves. One of them was a very dangerous man who is known to be making the illicit brew. This is the second generation, a killer brew. They really looked for me. They merged. They contributed some good money. So they said, tunataka kukaribisha mkubwa. And I learned of the scheme early in advance because we must be intelligent. Unakuwa na network yako. Nikaambiwa kuna watu wamejipanga. Wanakuja kukutembelea, kukusalimia. And so, I remember when they came, including they call it Mchina. Mchina is a gambling machine that is very famous in the villages. It is so highly guarded by our people and the community. There's an outcry because of the negative effect. So they merged the bar owners and the gamblers, those who own them. They raised a lot of money. And so when they arrived in the office, they had already gotten some hint. I can assure you, at the end of the day, I prayed for them and they left. What am I saying? The journey of being a mentor is not easy. I am Professor Daktari. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the public service internship program as one of the mentor. And as during the fourth cohort, I was the president of that class. And one of the things that I remember, the fourth? I think it was the fourth of the mentorship class. The mentorship, the public service mentorship. Yes, and we were with you when that the fourth time, and I was really encouraged. So what drives me to mentorship is that what difference can a leader make when you are in that position? And that is why I have moved now to the Harambee House. So when he asked me, so who do we call you? What position are you now? I told him, and I'm going to share a few thoughts about the same. I believe mentors had a lot of opportunity, had a lot of challenges to create time to be with us. But the experience that I had, the few opportunities that I had, I remember my mentee, Don Wilson, and Peter Njoroge have been my friends. So one day I invited them to Embu, to my residence, and it happened that there were quite a number of them. I liked. So what we did, I discovered Peter can make good chapatis. Because mentorship was not just an opportunity, but during that conversation when we were making food, and we were quite a number, we discussed several issues. Some few thoughts, which later on we saw the fruit of the thoughts we shared with him. I told him, as a civil servant, never be late. When you are in Nairobi, never use jam as an explanation and an excuse. Yesterday, at 6, we were meeting in town. He was already in office. And I was very encouraged. It means that even as mentors, we were encouraged to see mentees who are following the footsteps of their mentors. And so we were very encouraged. How does it feel when you are a mentor and you tell your mentee, I would suggest that you do this, and then instead of doing that, he does the other opposite? You will be discouraged. And so we want, on behalf of the mentors, to really appreciate the mentees for willing to be mentored. And it was very interesting because, Daktari, these mentees were special, as that has been said, because they were not being paid anything. And so sometimes, they sit at the same table. Those who are being paid meets those who are not being paid. And you find those who are not being paid working harder than those who are being. Did you find that? So lots of work were being left to these dear ones. May God reward you. And so, as I was, so that I reduce the time, I know time is not on our side, I learned a few things from Robin Sharma, the man who wrote this book, The Leader Who Had No Title. And in one of his chapters, he mentioned some 4 natural powers that is within us. And allow me to quote them. And he said, number 1, he says that every one of us who is alive in this place and in this moment has the power to go to work each day and express the absolute best within us. And you don't need a title to do that work. Praise the Lord. Good morning. You need to ensure that your congregants and the people are listening. The second thing he said, that we have the power to inspire, to influence, to elevate each and every person we meet by the gift of a great example. And you don't need any title to do that. And therefore the mentors that we help in shaping and sharing, we were only inspiring, influencing, and elevating you so that you be by our own examples. So that when I tell you that you need to be at work at 6, I will be at 6. The third one, he says, the power to passionately drive positive change in the face of negative conditions. And you don't need any title for you to passionately make a positive change in the face of negative conditions. And lastly, he says that the power to treat all stakeholders with respect, appreciation, kindness in raising the organization's culture breed. And you don't need a title to be able to do this. And I believe then that all the mentors were able to help us become leaders who may not have titles. And lastly, he talked about how this leadership, the acronym of IMAGE, he says, we will be seen, but how we will be innovative. So the innovation takes the place of I, and the mastery of the work you are doing, wherever you are doing, and the authenticity of everything you do, and you've got to have the guts to say no and remain focused. And lastly, in the image, the ethics. And so this is why today we are here. And so in my journey, as I come to conclusion, I wanted to say that yes, the mentorship for us, I don't believe it is going to stop with Hesabika. Neither will I expect that your great experience that you've got should stop with Hesabika. May you continue to shine and be a salt wherever you shall be. Because many people, Daktari and my colleague here in the Ministry of Interior has also requested, I don't want to repeat the request, because it goes without saying that indeed kizuri na kibaya, value-driven leadership in governance should not stop with Hesabika, and wherever you shall be, whether you join the public service or you join the private sector, be the salt, because your Christ will still be seen. And so even as we live, my desire and prayer is that we as mentors, we will continue to uphold you and also continue to share with you our thoughts, because it is a good cause. The Lord bless you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the mentors. Another round of applause. And as we move to the next stage, I think one thing it's becoming clearer that there's no wasted experience. Everything counts. Every experience that you go through in life counts, because then, even if it's not apparent at that particular time, but then a time will come 5 years, 10 years, 2 weeks from then, where you'll put it into use. And I think that is where our mentors are coming from. The experiences they had, they could have been very challenging, they could have been very enjoyable, but mostly because life is generally challenging. They were challenging, and yet now the experiences are what you're benefiting from. So that even for you, as you're sitting here as mentors, when you talk about 5 years, 10 years from now, it's the challenges that you've experienced through GIPro that you are going to help another young person navigate life after school and entry-level experiences within the workforce. So another round of applause again to the mentors. Moving on now, we'd like to hear from our partners. We have Mr. Simon Kande, and we are going to have Dr. Priska Olwach talking to us about what the experience has been from a partner's perspective. So I think we'll start with Mr. Simon Kande. Karibu sana. A round of applause for him.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Such a joy, exciting thing to see all of us and those who are convocating today. A few of you, I saw you when you were students in first year in the university, in that Christian Union, second year, third year, and to see what God has done It's quite exciting. I'm Simon Kande. I work with the Fellowship of Christian Unions, Focus Kenya, as a national director. And Hesabika is both a partner, is both a child of Focus Kenya. It's a combination, and I'll just explain a bit what that means. God has blessed the student movement in this nation since 1973, and our universities and colleges have a vibrant Christian movement of what you call Christian unions that grew from about 5 Christian unions in 1973 to 215 Christian unions as we speak now in all the regions, from the north to coasts to everywhere, with the Christian student population of 64,000 Christian students every year. Very vibrant out there. And in 2015, around 2010, 2015, the big question was there. We are churning many Christians to the marketplace because these students, after 4th year, 5th year, they graduate. And they're in their thousands. To be specific, actually, we are releasing 11,000 Christian students from our CUs every year to the job market. Out of the 11,000, you only anticipate about 20% go to career ministry as pastors and the like. 80% go to the marketplace. And we all know the story of Kenya. The story of Kenya being 80% Christian? We keep confusing whether it's 84, 82, or 80. But it's above 80%. Yet, there are many things we keep mourning. Whenever they're talking about corruption index, we compete with Nigeria once in a while, and a few other countries in Africa. Yet, it's a Christian nation. We have many elite young graduates who are Christians going to the marketplace every year. And a few graduates in 2015, Christian graduates from our CUs, who are working out there, gathered for a conference, and they said, we must convert our concern to action. We can't keep talking, we can't keep mourning, we can't keep complaining about the government, about the environment, about rain, El Nino, and everything. We have to convert that concern into action. And that led to the birth of Hesabika in 2016. And we are so grateful to see what God has done through Hesabika. There are many arms of Hesabika, and this GIPro being one of them. We have the one that is dealing with church, the code of conduct and the like. And we are grateful for what God is doing in Hesabika. The dream lives on in Hesabika, and our desire now is actually to see how can we have the thousands of Christians, young Christians, be like the radical Daniel in the Bible. Good enough, every Kenyan knows the Bible in many ways, because 84% either went through Sunday school or something. And we know Daniel in the Bible. In chapter 1 of Daniel, from verse 8, Daniel, a young person, a young student in exile, resolved in his heart not to defile himself with the king delicacies. I know that can be broken down into many space. Even if you go back to farm, be the best farmer in that community. Have the prototype of farming until other counties come to see how you farm. So that from there, you can start nurturing values across. If you go to business, those God will lead to public service, like my brother. I like that testimony. Be the best in it. So that soon you'll be in the commission, the commissioner yourself coming and telling others, you don't have to know anyone, and you don't have to bribe. We are trusting God that the experience you have gone through will cut across the thousands of students out there. We have actually decided as Focus to start a campaign of integrity in every month of November, starting next month, that will cut across all the CUs. And we'll be working even with other organizations that deal with high school, the primary school. And of course, Hesabika is the heart of it, so that we start nurturing young people. Because Focus is the factory that receives the raw materials, nurtures it, and releases it. And we desire to start integrity conversations from a first year, second year in the university, in the college, in that event, so that by the time they come here, only a few may get to GIPro, but thousands are going out there. So may we stand firm. The values you have gotten, know that God has called you. Be the Daniel of your generation. Wherever he sent you, whichever door opens, we pray the door opens for public service for all of you. But even if it doesn't, wherever you will be, you can make a difference. You can stand and be counted. And that's the only way we shall change Africa and we shall change the world, because God has graced us at such a time as this. So we are grateful. We thank you for being faithful in your journey as interns. We pray for you. We commission you to go and create the impact. Let no one look down on you because you're young, as Paul told Timothy, but show yourself as an example and do what God has called you to do. Thank you and blessings. We really appreciate you from Focus Kenya, and I came with two staff who are working in the Associates Department and Social Action Transformation, our two brothers who are there. And indeed, we are praying for you, and we wish you well. And remember, thousands of students from where you came from in terms of that university and college, go back and help them to Hesabika from there, because it's easier to shape a tree when it's young. When it's old, you have to be very careful because you break it. But when it's young, you can shape it. And that's why we are putting all energy to shape the young people in this nation. And we thank God for what he's doing. Thank you and blessings.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. To the chief guest, Commissioner, and I am so delighted that you're here because of our journey in this Hesabika. And the chief guest, Dr. Mary Muyandi, who I must also confess here, is actually a council member in the Kenya School of Government representing the Public Service Commission. So she wears very many hats in this room, and I'm delighted that she's here once again because we have a history as regards this particular event. To the Board of Trustees, to Hesabika Trust Secretariat, to all our guests, I am truly delighted to be present among such a special and distinguished congregation this morning. And it's a bit of a mix. Yes, we had in the program myself listed as one of the persons that was going to talk about my mentorship journey. And then also I happened to be wearing the hat of representing our Director General today. So as protocols go, I'd like to then do the bit of the Director General first because he is my boss. And Kiuna, if you'll agree, I would then like to also talk about my mentorship journey, because I think it really was a privilege and a special opportunity. And one of the persons I'd like to also acknowledge is a fellow mentor who's right there, because she inspired me a lot when we had the initial activity the first time I met Hesabika. So in this delight, I think this is a very special class, as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, and your 1 year in this journey has really been worthwhile. And the demonstration, I think, has been the videos and the testimonies we have had here. This special class, which comprises of people from different parts of this country and students that have participated and worked in different government agencies, is a true reflection of what Hesabika is, that it is indeed a diversity and an opportunity for anybody who raises their hand from where they are. Honorable Chief Guest, the ultimate credit and success of the Hesabika program from where we stand as the Kenya School of Government has also been in the power of collaboration. I think it has been mentioned several times here, the role that the Public Service Commission has played, the role that Hesabika itself has played, the role that the Judiciary Academy has played, Kenya School of Government, and each of us as individuals. And this just goes to say that even moving forward, we are looking at an opportunity to continue partnering, because alone, none of us as individuals and even as organizations, institutions can be able to bring about such a wonderful result. What we are celebrating today, yes, is between that citizen-centric and value-centric students. And we know that some of these were just ideas. When you came up with the idea of Hesabika, maybe you had an idea of how it would turn out, but today you see some beautiful fruits which perhaps you did not conceive at that time. That reality has been made possible because the different institutions have wanted to participate together. Now on to the Kenya School of Government specifically. Our role, based on and anchored in our mandate, is capacity development, research, consultancy, advisory services, and also community outreach. And therefore, stepping up in this particular program, the Kenya School of Government contributes usually the training, the induction, which I am happy to hear you give us feedback today that it was worthwhile. Even just the suits you're wearing and you're looking sharp. That indeed is something that is very important. And I must say that just as late or as early as yesterday, I went to a government institution and somebody who was at the customer care desk was able to say, yes, this is how we were taught to dress as public servants. And he's still doing that, and he's been in the public service 30 years now. And we know that that is the outward look. But what about the inward expression of what we are trying to communicate with that outward look? Because here today, we are celebrating values, we are celebrating the focus on quality, we are celebrating not so much the numbers, but the ripple effect that will come from each and every one of you as individuals. And we are saying that the public service is really the engine of development of our continent. I don't know whether you believe that, but the engine of development of our continent is the public service. Why? Because it then provides the environment through which the rest can thrive. I can give all of us a recent example. When COVID hit, and it hit really hard everywhere, what remained standing? Because private businesses will close down at some point. Individuals will also look up to the government and say, so how do we work this out? Who will bring in those vaccines? Who will make sure that the country continues? It is the public service. Yes, it becomes more manifest when there's a problem, such as COVID or others, but it is that daily reality. Our sister here talked about the certificates, and I think we were all able to resonate from the areas or from the corners where we experience public service in different ways. But we can say that about so many things. My own mentee told me so much about curriculum development and CBC and how she saw children behind those books. How our children will be shaped or how they will be corrupted will depend on what the government approves or does not approve. And therefore, as we say that the public service is the engine of development in our continent, we must remember that the government officials are relied upon to formulate appropriate research, appropriate training programs, and to implement these wonderful things that we formulate. Because some of you talked about having learned that whole journey, how to formulate policies and so on. But these policies have to be forward-looking to address, yes, strategic, long-term needs of the continent, requirements, but at the same time be practical enough for us to be able to transform our country today. Those documents are important, but as has also been said by one of our speakers, we rely on each individual to translate them and to bring them out in a way that calls you through what we could even say is a personal calling from God to be able to serve. Education, healthcare, wherever we were placed, it is indeed complicated sometimes, and we engage with moments where we need to make decisions because we will have broad documents or policy documents that give us guidelines, but actually we are called upon to solve problems, to make decisions, and that is where our values are called upon. What will I do when I'm faced with this. At that point, I don't have a book that then requires me to turn to page C, where it says, okay, when faced with corruption, do this. No. Because that C today may require that I sort it out immediately, but another C, corruption, another time may require that I wait and maybe sort it out another time. And from what our colleagues, those who are older than those graduating, have said, these challenges are not going to end. What you have gone through today perhaps has strengthened you, has given you some kind of direction, but the struggle continues. So it's not that as you graduate, somehow you now know what to do. No. Things also get transformed, creativity comes up, and people continue to tempt you in different ways. And your integrity will be tested, and it will be tested many times. But stay strong, because indeed it is possible to withstand the pressure. I will now make a few suggestions about what we could do in order, on the one hand, to move forward with Hesabika, and also to prepare ourselves as public servants for renewed drive to this economic, well, because we are trying to grow the economy here and also the prosperity of our country. I was very happy to hear a number of you say, yes, we are Kenyans, this is our country. Somehow this has enlightened a certain hope, because sometimes when we look at generations that are coming after us, you know, you hold your head and think, Aki, is there a future? What will happen to these people? But I'm seeing a very bright future, because a lot of you are so young and you're talking with so much conviction and promise that it is possible, and you want to do it from within. So one of the suggestions goes, yes, to the Public Service Commission, and I'm thinking, how can the Public Service Commission, together with the Kenya School of Government, take this program forward, where we will work together with our alumni in the school, but together with the PSC, in order to mainstream a program such as this in the public service. Because we are privileged to have that opportunity where we serve in institutions that are actually running these programs. I mean, the Public Service Commission is running an internship program. Kenya School of Government is also mandated to be the institution that offers capacity building for this country. So how can we take this forward? How can we mainstream ethics and integrity through a program such as this? Because there are many programs that we are already running, maybe training programs for different cadres in government. But how about looking at this as a program that we can partner in and work together? We can also discuss the difficulties, and we have done that a lot. But as said by the previous speaker, this should not be a lamentation, but they are indeed, those problems are surmountable. And the goals that we seek to realize these difficulties of entrenching a program such as this, or of mainstreaming ethics and so on, is something that can be done in our respective organizations and through our respective leaders. How can we step up? Therefore, another suggestion is that this transformation throughout our society needs to be recognized. Perhaps we need a wider stakeholder engagement in order to recognize what has happened here. And that recognition, of course, through your office, Commissioner, can actually be raised to that some of those awards that we have in this country. I know I shared with some of us awards such as the Huduma awards that usually are celebrated in our country annually of outstanding public servants. But how can we perhaps bring out this more and better by also recognizing the kind of work that is done through institutions such as Hesabika, and especially since you're partnering with government? Because the era of routine administration must be banished. We have been called third world countries for a very long time. And sometimes that third worldness, you know, when you say, as somebody was saying that, well, we compete with countries that are sort of at the bottom of the graph in terms of even issues such as integrity and transparency, should not be something that we are comfortable with. Why can we not transform ourselves and be really outstanding? Because indeed, we know that we have the raw material, which is we have the knowledge, we have the skills, we have the competencies. How many times do Kenyans go out there, even to other countries, and shine? So there's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing wrong with our education system per se. There's nothing wrong with how we are bringing our people. But sometimes when it is in a collective, then there are certain gaps, there are certain problems. So the era of routine administration must be banished to the past and be promptly replaced by innovation. And as we say, the greatest innovation we are looking for here is that values-driven public servants. How do we make this the reality? Well, the search for answers to these new problems and the posing of new questions about old problems is how we do it. We question ourselves and we answer because we have the answers with us. And one of the answers, I think, is through a stronger mentorship program such as this. As I conclude, there is much that I can say about re-engineering, even the Hesabika program, because there are things that we felt could be done differently, could be done better. There are ways in which we could have engaged, you know, more at the institution level, because maybe we worked more with individuals. Some of those are remarks maybe that we've shared with you, some we have not. But that then smoothly takes me to the part where I wish to talk about my personal journey with the Hesabika program. Now, I say I came to this program by default, and for those who don't know the story, I was nominated last year to represent our Director General to the convocation of the first cohort. And when I got to the table where I was sitting with Commissioner, she wondered why I was there, gently, because it should have been our Director General who was there. And I, you know, explained and said all sorts of things, but anyway, the more the evening evolved, the more I felt that that mistake, so to speak, was really the will of God, because I felt at home. And then I volunteered, because then I went to see Kiuna and told him that, you know what, I'd like to be one of those mentors. And I was actually quite anxious, thinking, will they accept me? Will they let me in? You know, when you go to those narrow gates and you wonder, will they let me in? And this just goes to part of what we were saying earlier. If you want something, one, ask for it. You may not be able to tick all the boxes in terms of the criteria that is asked for, but hey, I'm available, I am willing, I want to come in. Can I come in? And one of the reasons why I was not sure whether they'd let me in, I never really said this, but anyway, the reason is that I was never a member of the Christian Union. And I thought, will I therefore fit? You know, am I fit for purpose? Can I help anybody in this space? Because I have never been a member of a Christian Union. Nonetheless, moving forward, of course, Commissioner and I made up, and by the time we left, we were arm in arm and good friends. And also, Kiuna told me they would get in touch, and indeed they got in touch. So my journey, I would say, at the beginning was that it is possible to actually offer yourself for something if you want to do it, and you can be accepted even if you don't tick all the boxes. The second was that I listened to my friend here, Wairimo, and I was very inspired because Wairimo looks very young and speaks very articulately. And I thought I would like to do what Wairimo shared with us, which was to actually mentor somebody. I was quite afraid about the time commitment because it sounded like it's really going to require a lot of one's time. And there again, it was 1 week at a time. I think my dear mentee who is there really nodding, she's my Alleluia team in the audience. Yeah. It really is possible. And more than anything, it's because, as Joyce has said, it's a win-win. It is indeed a win-win. And I must say, the solution for me sometimes was from what Evelyn was saying. And I guess for Evelyn also, she was able to lean on me. It was facilitative. I had never really undertaken a mentorship program in the sense that I had never been a mentee to anyone in a formal way. But yes, I came with a very strong background in coaching. And coaching is also about supporting, about helping people, and about helping them to find the solutions themselves. And I think, Evelyn, I really pushed you to the wall sometimes that, well, I don't know, you tell me. But that dance, that back and forth was so beautiful to the extent that I think we managed to together create something magical. And I think you've been able to do an amazing job at KICD. Well done. And so I would say that this journey for me has been a very personal journey, if I can put it that way. And I also did meet the other mentees during our, sessions at the university. It was always a joy. There was always breakfast. Ha ha ha. We didn't need to worry about that whenever we came. And also just the engaging with one another and trying to get to know the other mentors. Joyce, yes, we had our own discussions. It was very good. And I think that's what I enjoyed about this program. It was very personal, and it brought out the relational part of the human being in a very beautiful way. So even today, much as I've not joined a CU yet, I must say that this is a program that I would like to encourage you that, yes, you're focusing on those who've been members or parts of CU, but I see opportunity for others who can then be trained, so long as they embrace the same values, to be able to drive this to other levels. But as we've all acknowledged, it doesn't have to start big. With whoever is there, with the opportunities that we have, that ripple effect. You know, when you drop a stone in water, and then you see that it just becomes bigger and bigger. Just one stone, and the stone doesn't have to be big. You are that stone dropped into this river, which is a huge Kenya. The ripple effect of what you have done and what you continue to do is amazing. And for me, as a mentor today, I can just say, asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our partners. Another round of applause. Food for thought. Imagine what kind of prime minister, Joseph was a prime minister, yeah? Imagine what kind of prime minister Joseph would have made had he just been taken from his father's house straight to being a prime minister. One, he was proud. Second, he was young, no life experience. He had this many dreams. And on top of that, he had this wonderful coat that nobody else had. So imagine being, and he was his father's favorite. So imagine just being taken from where he was directly to the palace to become a prime minister. It would have been a disaster for us, yeah? A disaster for Israel. We could be reading a totally different story about Joseph and Israel and Egypt, yes? Food for thought. Moving on to the keynote address, yes? And for this, I'd like to invite Dr. Jojo Gallo once again to introduce our chief guest of the day. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. One of the core values we share across is excellence, and it includes time management. But today was one of those special days where you can actually step aside and outside to come and listen to these wonderful stories. And I think it's great sometimes to be dynamic, because sometimes we may miss on the time, But I think this has been rich content, and I can tell you that I am very enriched as I leave this place. And our chief guest, we have been neighbors there, and I appreciate how much you have done the listening. Some things are taught, some things are caught, right? So we really appreciate your patience and listening. So it's my humble opportunity to invite Dr. Mary Muyandi to come and speak to us. She is a commissioner with the Public Service Commission. Mary is a teacher, lecturer, and a community leader, and she has a long life story. And she has been at the commission for 5 years now, since January 2019. Other than that, she is a PhD holder in history from the University of Michigan. She has also done her bachelor's and master's degree in the same field at the University of Nairobi, where she has also taught. And I believe she has been the chair of the Department of History and Archaeology in that space. So she is many things, but today she comes wearing this hat as a commissioner. And I want to really appreciate the Public Service Commission for being able to tap into this vision of Hesabika, because the network is wide, but to be able to identify and say, well, this aligns, and to be part of it, we are really grateful. So please help me to appreciate Dr. Muyandi as she comes to speak to us.
Good morning. Actually, it is afternoon, but it's okay since you haven't had your lunch. Lunch is the one that separates the hours of the day. So much as, there's almost nothing for me to do today. Almost nothing. But let me start by acknowledging Hesabika Trust and its leadership. I want to acknowledge the graduate interns or graduating interns. Until we give you certificates, you have not graduated. Graduating is continuous. Our very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge the fact that I'm part of this team, and usually I'm in the winning team. So if I'm in your team, then you must be winning, and that has been my life all through. I want to first begin by thanking George, my neighbor at the table, for your very warm welcome and introduction of myself. Like I just said, I almost need no introduction. I'm part of the house. And I also want to say that I'm here and put this one really on the outset, that I'm studying, or I came in to represent the chair of the commission, Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, who is engaged in other heavier load lifting, as chairmen do. I told him this is the easiest thing to do because I'm only going to be amongst my people. People that I know, people have seen the program that I so love, so it's natural for me. So kindly accept Ambassador Mushiri's apologies and his best wishes for you. A clap for him. And George, you almost overdid the introduction. You did not finish. Yes, the joy of being amongst the young people is to remind me many times who else I am. And the who else, other than the academy and the history of working and all that, I am a mother of 2 adults and a grandmother of 2, 6 and a half and 3 and a halves. So my life cycle is almost complete. When you become a grandparent, you cannot ask for more. You can only ask God to keep you a little longer to see them get married and you see your great-grandchildren. And that is the prayer I have. We come here to celebrate work well done, and every person, whether you are in leadership or you are a parent or you are anybody in any capacity, we are always very, very happy to see success. In fact, everybody tries to identify themselves with success. Try to be a failure and you see how quickly people run away from you. So this is a great joy. And the chair choosing me to come to do this and stop a few things, which I must reconnect with at 2 o'clock, was because I have been, as a person, been very passionate about empowering men and women, particularly the youth of this republic. Being my age, now I understand my grandmother better. She used to associate herself with us, the children, her grandchildren. Now I know. It is because she wanted to feel young, and I'm no exception. I've always said many times, I spend a lot of time and energy trying to do this empowering of the youth. Not just for them, but I'm doing it for myself. So this is a very selfish end. But I'm doing this because I'm almost very assured of a future in you. The future that I see is on your feet. It's in your hands. Really, it's you to do it. Our already past, years, some of it wasted. We cannot get it back. But surely we can make the future better. So investing in the youth, both in time, Priska, even when you're not to see you, is the greatest thing that we can ever do. And some of us who are working, like my officer here, in that place that sometimes takes some people crying because a few things have not happened, is to, if you can get a few people who are like you, that office will be better. And we all need to start those steps of making everything better in the spaces we are at. These times, and I'm not going to read, so I'm speaking sometimes off my head, but these times in government, and I've had it mentioned here many times, how terrible everything is in government. But you have also learned there are a few good things there, haven't you? Let me tell you, a country our government is as strong as its civil service. If you do not see that one with the COVID, you will never see it again. All that we need to do is public service to stop working for one day, and you know you will not even leave your house, because even the policemen will have packed. This is how heavy a responsibility it is to be a public servant. You carry the country on your shoulders. And that's why I love this program, because it gives that which is missing. We are not lacking people in the offices. That's why we can't employ all of you as much as you are telling me. It's because the spaces or the positions are not many. So we are saying we are almost full capacity. But what we may not have lots is values. And I'll speak to this one in a moment. Change or transformation, to use a bigger word, and that which is enduring must start with us, must start from the beginning. And you know what? The beginning is you. So if we really want that enduring change, and if it fails to be realized, it's because we have failed at the beginning. In other words, we shall have failed ourselves. It therefore follows that enduring societal change must start with our youth. And what we instill in the youth is what determines that which we are calling future. And I'm so delighted that this group has been given that which is missing almost everywhere, values. Indeed, the youth are the agents of the societal change that we all want, and therefore must be placed at the very foundation of our national development plans. We thank the government of today that His Excellency the President thinks very hard about the youth. In almost, I don't think he can spend a day without talking about the youth. And it is for good reason. We have not a problem of the youth. What we have is a potential that we need to tap. That is where now the rubber, as they say, meets the road. The question is how. I think the government is still figuring out the how. But we have almost found it. Training and instilling the discipline and the values that we are talking about. And these values are not just in the Bible. Apparently, they are in every book, religious book, of anybody, everybody, that say what we ought to do. We have simply refused, or ignored, or became busy. Even the Quran is so heavy with the values. I'm a historian, so I've read all of them. And I love what these documents say. On its part, and in pursuit of these imperatives, the Public Service Commission, which I'm so privileged to serve as commissioner, has in the recent past initiated two, I must say, successful programs that focus on the youth. And those founding objectives include inculcation of strong national values and the principles of governance. Many times we forget there is beyond the Bible, there is a constitution. If we can actualize what is in the constitution and the Bible, we will be very good people. Actually, we may not even need policemen. And since we all come to the interviews, let me give you one trick. When you're coming for these interviews, particularly on some positions, you must know Article 10 and Article 232. Not just knowing to repeat like the way you did in nursery school. Is we also need to see whether you mean it when you are telling us what they are. So let us just read those two, of course, with the chapter 6, and you'll be a better person, in addition to the Bible. The very first initiative, which was started by the late, with us, of course, with the late Stephen Kerogo. I always say, I stick on it because I want him to keep resting in peace. Because they even put those big stones on his grave. So I want him to stay there. So I ensure that I keep the program running, and with the zest and power and energy that he left it with. So we have the Public Service Internship Program. Usually we refer to it as PSIP, which, just like this one, offers university graduates an opportunity to work for 1 year with the government ministries, state departments, and corporations, as well as in the independent commissions. Now, the PSIP, and it's good so that you can know you are not alone in searching for jobs. We are just about to finish with the shortlisting of the 8,000 that we want to onboard between now and March of next year. Do you know the applications? There are over 50,000. Even if you are Mary Muyandi, who does not feel, you always want to shed a tear, because even after you pick your 8, you know what you have done? You have dropped another 42,000. That's how painful it is. And this is the reality that we have in the country insofar as youth are concerned. It's painful. And even the 8,000, and I keep talking about His Excellency the President almost every day, because it is when we were inaugurating the 3,902 interns in March, end of March. That's, and I think this is where God speaks to one. I was not in the program to speak when during that inauguration, and from nowhere the chairman says that the mother superior of the program is in the house and she can say a word. And you know how it is to speak to the head of state and the entire government in front of you. So from where I was seated amongst us, to walk to the podium looked like a century's walk. And you know that I could shake. I thought I was the strongest woman in the world, but my feet and knees were almost like knocking each other. But I also knew that this is a golden opportunity to do something, perhaps. And I knew there's nothing he can do if I say whatever I will say, and I was not prepared. I'm not in the program. So that walk, I had three things in my mind. You know, you go talking, you go telling yourself what you're going to do. One is to say what it is. Two is to say how grateful we are he is there. But the third one, you must always ask. And I only asked for enough money to get only 10,000. And of course, impressed on him, which is true, that the interns that we have representation from across the country in all the wards in this republic, deliberately. Those of us who think that you need somebody to lift you, how can I know everybody in the ward to lift? I even do it on the screen. I don't even know who they are. Okay? I just know what ministries want, and I ask the people of the IT to help me get them. And I just get them and spread. And for gender, I don't deal with 1/3. 1/3 in the Constitution is a minimum. I am always happy with the closer to half. And that is what that group is all about. So what this means is that the country has that youth, very educated. You know, everybody who is in that 50,000 has a degree. When I graduated, I won't tell you when because you'll be ashamed of your youth. Even there's my friend here will not have been born, perhaps. Do you remember what happened in 1982 in this country? What was it? You read about it. Okay, I was in the center of it. I was a third year waiting to do my exams. So we graduated in 1983. And those days, there were no problems of jobs. I'd never applied to the PSC. I was told, I was given a letter to become Community Development Officer 2. I didn't even know what it 2 meant, but because I did history and sociology. And my father walked me out of it, and I became a teacher finally, because he did not understand what the community meant. Neither did I. So that's why it is important to do this mentorship. That's why it is so important to do this internship. I do it with my heart, because I know if I had an opportunity like this one, I would not have gone the route I took. But can you imagine, my illiterate father was even better than me. He's the one telling me that the community sio mzuri, become mwalimu. Na nikaenda tu foolishly like that. But here I am. So that is a PSIP. And you have colleagues who have joined it. Ask them whether they know me or know anyone. they just got it because we asked them to apply. You know, there's that other effort of applying. There's the effort of being interviewed and showing your best in that interview. So do you? Yeah, though if you don't do it better there, then everything goes wrong. And so if everything goes on well, we are going to have over 16,000 who have gone through the program, and we are going to add more. Anyway, the president came to, when it was his turn to speak, he did not just give me 10,000. His pronouncement is, going forward, we should have 20,000. So, and that's how I was able, or we, I always say I, because they keep on calling it my program. But we, as a commission, we were able to be given another extra 1 billion, which now we are able to onboard the 8,000 I'm talking about. We are together. So if God work, if I did not climb that podium that day, that 8,000 will not be a story today. But because God planned it that way, I was able to have a voice, because the chair would have spoken his official speech. But here I was there, Mother Superior, asking for the money for their children. And the president was able to listen. I knew he was happy because I saw him smiling all through. You know, when you are there, you also look at your audience. See whether he is about to tell you to sit down. But it was like he was not annoyed. Now, we also have another initiative. So I want to put this one in perspective so that we can see where we are all fitting. And Priska, you are saying how we mainstream. There are many ways of mainstreaming these things. We also have a second initiative. Again, Mary Moyandi is I'm a grandmother of this also. It's called the Public Service Emerging Leaders Fellowship. And this program was developed or has been developed in partnership with several other organizations. And that's why even Hesabika can become part of how to do it. This is the Emerging Public Leaders, which is based in United States, in Washington, D.C. which is a public sector leadership development organization. We also have Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa. This is a program that seeks to train and mold mentors in public space. But we also collaborated with the Chandra School of Institute of Singapore, which is as good as our Kenya School of Government, to help us with the curriculum. Now, all this, we now are in the second cohort. The first cohort was 51, which was 26 women, 25 men. Now we have 65 on board, and then the average is about the same, because you can't divide one person, and I'm the one who is cutting the meat, so I give the girl. So we have now a total of 116. Now, who are these public service emerging leaders? These are young men and women who are hardly 3 years old in government. They're already officers. And they're all pictured here, seeing their supervisors as, not as supervisors, but to turn them to become mentors as well. So they have also gone through some training by the same us and this cohort of partners. So that when we need them, you don't have to tell us another story, is you release them, because you know they have not gone so that they come and fight with you. They are just becoming better than ourselves. So, and then for the interns, we have trained over 800 mentors in the ministries, so that they are not alone. So even my young people here, even where you went, there were some mentors there. They may not have been directly yours, but they would shout if anybody mistreated you. So what are we saying? Is we all have this concerted effort to ensure that the youth can find their footing, can find their space from where they can operate. It doesn't have to be in the offices. It is everywhere where we are. At this juncture, let me also say that the Commission acknowledges the need for non-state actors to complement the government's effort towards empowering the youth. And if we must mainstream it, the better. Because we all need to work together. And as Sabika, when certificates came, I said we needed to formalize this marriage so that it becomes easier, so that you are not, even Mary Muyandi, you know, this is now goodwill. If Mary Muyandi is not in the commission, the other commissioners that come in 2025, they should be able to pick it up and work with it. That's part of the mainstreaming, formalizing the relationship. So we are part of this journey, and as long as I'm there, you are okay. But can we make it now into another ceremony of signing papers, MOUs, and so forth and so on? It is for this reason that we continue to partner with the Hesabika Trust on the governance internship program, GIPro, which I believe is one of the channels through which we can bring about change and socio-economic transformation in our country. The young officer want to be given some space to go and have some water or something. That is an officer in the making. Trust me. Yeah, so we can't do it alone. Like I said, I wish we had many, GIPros to deal with the matters youth. Really, the ground is so fertile with very willing and able and good young men and women that we all can work with. So add it to your number, and maybe you and I need to start another one to work on. Yes, I note that the governance internship program is founded on very strong Christian ethics. Kenya, as you know, is a religious nation where people of different faiths live in harmony. Let us therefore strive to ensure that the graduates of this program promote our shared goals of national unity and common bond among our citizens. As I turn to the graduates before us, I wish to remind ourselves and them that you are graduating into a world that requires your leadership, service, and sacrifice. That you must know. But I also want to say that as you do that, you are coming into a world where there are men and women who are willing to hold your hand, to become what you dream about, and you'll be surprised. You become something that you never dreamt about, big and bigger in every way. Your dream, like when I was young and my not educated father tells me to go and do education, and I went. When you finish university, you think you know until you realize that where you are going, people have been there. And there's something about public service. There are things they call traditions. Some of them quite old, but that's how service is kept. There is always a culture of service. We, as young people, sometimes we are impatient. We want things tomorrow. I hear now we are also called microwaves. Or are we noodles? You can be cooked in a cup. But I want us hot water and a cup of funika, 2 minutes is ready. Soup, ata soup iko tayari. But I want us to just know that when we get into public service, it has its own culture. There are many things that you are told, yes, that is correct, but we have not gotten there yet. There are things called confidential, but we have telephones that take photographs and start sharing, even with the word confidential on it. Now, that is, and you know, when all those things come to Public Service Commission, we will sack you because you are more of a problem than solving it. So there's that culture. That is the word I'm saying. It requires leadership. It requires some bit of service. It requires sacrifice. Working beyond hours, and I thank you. I think you could be my buddy. I've never gone home. In all these many years in Public Service Commission, I've never seen my house daytime. Never. So if my house help decides to even get married there, I would not know. Because I just alive, and all I need is eat, shower, and sleep. But what there is here, and what we need to say here, is that the public service is more of sacrifice than what you get. If you are going for money, then money is elsewhere, not in public service. And if you are going to get it, it's like my officer, commissioner there, refusing the envelopes. It's very tempting. And the one in the registration where I can give you 1,000 so that you push the file and get the birth certificate now. Those papers are so important. Do you know what a death certificate means? It's not burial. These days, I think you can write a whole thesis of how that paper is fought over so that whoever has it think that they all own the land until they go to court and they realize, oops, that was only to allow to bury. Other story begin from there. But it's a document that is important because it may also mean scholarship for somebody who can present it and say, I don't have a parent. By holding on it, you're also killing a future of another one. Birth certificate is everything from hospital to anything. You know, it's a paper that is the most important, actually better than even the degree we have. If you don't know where yours is, you better look for it. Now, laminate it, safi, you know, someplace, because it's important. So for those of us who have worked in government, you have already seen how some things are, those confidential is for a reason. There's nothing that is done for just by itself. You know, there is always thought behind it. Only we do not talk about the thoughts all the time because part of the thought is also secret. Okay? So the world that you are graduating into is deeply competitive. And that's why I was giving the numbers I gave. The world is very competitive. Sometimes we keep on hearing the end justifies the means. But I would wish that all of us mind how we get there. Because the means, if it is all terrible, but you get there, your moral, your ethics, everything is down the drain. So we need to establish, even as you are jumping into this world, we need to uphold our morals. We need to uphold our ethical principles. And you'll never be wrong. You may miss it because somebody gave an envelope to some human being. But there is a God in heaven. And what happens is, he stands by you and is greater than all that money that has been moved. Never get discouraged because things are not moving so fast. And better for you. I've heard that you are the light and salt of the world through the training you've gone through. And I'm so glad that the world we are in, and Kenya in particular, is richer with you. And will be poorer without people like you who have gone through such a great enriching program. Congratulations. We are very proud of you. I've always been hoping one day in this my life, I'll find people whose business is to serve humanity, expecting very little from anybody, but serve humanity with their heart and their spirit. And since there is a God in heaven, the rest is always granted unto you. Easy. Yes. Priska said she doesn't belong, he has not joined CU yet. Neither have I. But I have one very strong, that which guides me all the time is do good, be good, period. I don't have to go anywhere else. Do good, be good. The rest, hiyo ingine sasa itakuwa ile ya kanisa ya kuimba and it is nice. But the thing is, the next person that needs your service should be given by you with a clean heart and wanting to just make that person smile. There's nothing that makes me happy in the commission than when I, from nowhere, get somebody a job from some place, God knows where, very needy, and that person come crying, taking the letter, shaking and crying and say, what can I do for you? I say, nothing. Thank God that I was here at a time like this. Go well and change the world. And there's nothing that makes me so happy than to know that act of not knowing the person, that I may as well buy the first mattress for his mother in all these years. That is what makes me happy. You know, helping Dr. Mary Muyandi's daughter to get a job. That one is eating sausages all the time. Leave that one. That one is not number one. If I was to choose between Mary Muyandi's daughter and another one who is really, really needy, mine can wait. Inenekeza hakuna taabu. Si hata inheritance iko. There are people without nothing. And my first encounter with the young people was when we are recruiting the first cohort of the interns. And we were at Kasalani. And we were supposed to be there at 7:30. And it was raining. Those who come for interviews so that we can pick the number we wanted. And many people, some young women, came with their babies, 1 month old, in the rain. And they're in that big stada. And there are people on wheelchairs and everything else. As we did all the normalities and talking about what it is expected and blah, 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 I told myself, let me do one thing today. I will not go to choose in the boards. Let me deal with the people living with a disability, all of them. Let me see how they, it's good to say, 5%, but you don't even know them. You need to be one to know, or see them, or be around them. And I decided on that day I'm going to deal with all PWDs, but I also included all those mothers and with the babies and those who are very pregnant, as they fit in that category, because they will not run with others going to look for where the other boards are. But, and then I had, there's a lady from GIPro, she's called mine now. She came from Turkana, she had traveled for 4 days in those lorries from Capedo. She was so haggard, she didn't even know where people are being told to go. So I looked at her, and from where I was standing, I saw another disabled in this girl, Matilda. So she looked with her bag, and having been in those lorries with the cows and goats for 4 days, she has not seen anybody, she just came to, I looked at her and I thought, this is also my problem. And I asked the director, this one is not even going for interview. This one is mine and must come to work in the commission. So that passed. And I took all the PWDs and I took all the pregnant mothers and all those ones with the babies so that they can go home. So what this means is having the other heart. It's not just job. Do we know, do we touch, do you feel the person? And I like when we talked about the file, not being a file. Public servants are known by their numbers. Those numbers, it's very easy to move it around. Discipline, kwa hu, aende nyumbani, but you have not even seen the person. And the commission sometimes, when you look at the case and you realize this case is funny, we call the person so that you can see the people. And when they come, the story in the file and the story of the person, they are so just not the same. Now you have to use what the Constitution has given you to do, and discretion to forgive. By the way, if God can forgive us all these our bad things we've done, what is it that you can't forgive? So my story of all these things is that when we are serving, serve with your heart, but also let us learn to see and listen. The person who comes looking for the certificate or anything service in government, in the offices, the story behind that asking is heavier than the paper they are going to carry home. If you could only want to find out, you would be worried that you should not have done it sooner. So that heart. And that's why I said when it came to coming here for this, everything will stop. I'll be here. I want to feel the goodness of being an intern who is graduating, but also knowing that I'm setting out a bunch of young men and women who are gearing to changing the world, making Kenya a better place. We can dilute all these corruptions by our sheer goodness. The world is full of opportunities, but this world takes the best. Opportunities are there, and threats are also there, but let us do our best. I'll give you just a little hint, because we do all the recruitment all the time. Every space in that form that you fill is important. Some of us are in a hurry. You don't even see when you are born. But you know, when it comes to dropping people, you look for anything. You get the one who is serious. You filled the entire form. You said everything that needs to be said. Some of us are lazy. We don't want to spend the time. The date is important because I'm worried about the youth. So supposing you are 85 like me, am I also going to call you for interview? It's important so that we also know the range of the youth we are dealing with. So let us apply for jobs when they come up. Do you have to apply for one? No, you're not alone. Apply for something will happen. Sometimes we even look at the list of how many you have applied and they say, "Uyu ameng'ang'ana sana. Wacha akuje tu." You don't know the person, but your kung'ang'ana is important. So let us do what we need to do, and this at the end will do what they can do. I hope the training you've undergone during this internship has prepared you for the opportunities and challenges ahead. But you are equal to the tasks. You are equal to the challenges. Fortunately for you, you have mentors. You have everybody, including ourselves, to hold your hand. But you must also be willing to be held. There are those who refuse. They refuse to be held, like naughty boys and girls when they are small, isn't it? Usinichike. So I want us to agree to be shikwood so that you can be taken at the other level. What you have gained in this training, values, all those things are important. But what is even greater is the network and the exposure you've gotten. I had some that you've met with who? The CJ? Is it you? Yeah, you said you met with the CJ. You've sat with them. You've met who? It's very good. And that's why I pray one day you all become commissioners. So that at some point you realize all these people you see on TV, they are just people. Nothing is so serious. Yeah, so you become the one on TV at that particular time. So it is that exposure and that network that you have created that adds the spices onto your academic papers. This training is key. Does this certificate you get today matter? It does. It speaks a lot about yourself beyond the academic papers. And this takes me to the other secret. Many times when we are asked to send your papers, your degrees and certificates and transcripts and testimonials, we have never known what testimonials are. What is it that testifies beyond the academic, other than a certificate like this? But I know if I didn't tell you today, you never include it because it's not a certificate. It's not, where a certificate means degree, right? Many times we are asked to bring certificates and transcripts, but we said certificate and we don't say the transcripts. You are denying the person who is selecting a chance to find out who you are in the classroom. And you know, if it's not there and I have one who has, I pick the one who has obeyed. obedience. Testimonials is every piece of paper you have gathered along the way. Put it there. Nobody complains of the bundle. Nobody says bring 5. Everything, and that includes all these things that you've done. And this is a feather on your beautiful heart. The temptations to go for shortcuts, like already said, are strong. I don't know, when you have no sharing, somebody shows you a green piece of paper, the $100, so that you can give the birth certificate because they come from some place where it's not Kenya. Would you say no when $1 is 160? You know, it's like between, can I take and pray later? Now, there are going to be many like those, but my very humble request, and this one is from my grandmother, is resist. Don't. And in a very short time, you'll be known to be the one in the ministry who does not take a bribe. That's a beautiful tag to carry around than the one where everybody runs away because they don't know what you are next going to ask for. Let us resist any temptation of wanting to get anything for service. You are paid a salary, just give service. And, you know, like I said, there's God in heaven. Along the way, a God in heaven will hold your hand and will take you over all others, and you'll find yourself someplace where you look down and say, wow, how did I get here? The getting here is because God has decided to pay you for your goodness. So, you see, I can become a church preacher. There's that which we should be able to do, and everything is in our control. Let us give ourselves to service to humanity and to God, and the rest shall be there. So always remember that hard work pays, and similarly remember there is a cost for any crime, for any evil, whether here or another place. But many times we get it here. And because you are value-driven and citizen-centric driven, I see none of us here who are going to be tempted enough by anyone to do anything that is not desirable. We are happy that we have we have gone through the 1 year without money, I'm told, hours we pay. But even not being paid, what you have gained is more than any money can buy. And that's why I said, I wish anybody was like you when I was growing up. 1982, if I found anybody with a sabika, trust me, I would have been a different person. But I've tried my little way to be. Now, I'm also reminded that we always talk about our background. You know, my background, I was poor, my background. Can we move today going forward, knowing, going forward from today, you are your own background. Move with speed, knowing there are no backgrounds. You are the background, and you are your own brand. It is you to flaunt it. It's you to show the world you have it, and the world is not blind. The world is not deaf. We shall hear, we shall see your brand and the background that you have cultivated for yourself and for your children to come. I've said everything, including myself. But from my deep heart, my own self and the commission, particularly from myself who has seen the growth of the program, I want to say hongera sana to those who have made it happen, and most importantly, for the interns who have so willingly decided to be held by the hand to become who you are today, our new graduates, our new blood of value-driven citizens of this country. You are the new blood. So how happy can anybody be? How more? Do I need more? I don't need gifts. You are the gifts I've been waiting for. You are the gift Kenya has been wanting to have. Don't disappoint. Go forth. Biblically, you are told, whom do I said? You are the people we are sending out there to change Kenya for the better. And we are enough. We talked about the army. Oh, you are still the one. We are the army of the Lord. We are the army for this country that is so determined to make things happen. His Excellency would even want to hear more of this. He would even want to know that he is not alone in this struggle trying to make things happen. Gachagua would be happy to know there are people out there who can help him deal with the drugs and stuff. You know, we are all in one making Kenya a better place for yourselves and for your grandchildren, who will certainly become my great-grandchildren. And for me, when I go to offices, I'll be fighting people who know me. So, Briska, this is my selfish one. All these are mine. Wherever I go, it is, Madam, bring those files here, don't go far. Mambo yangu inatengenezwa nikiwa kama nimeketi. You know that time I'll be shaking, holding a mukwanjo. So, we are happy, very, very happy that you are graduating. But more importantly is because of what you've learned along the way. You have one who can champion your asking and aspirations. We don't give promises here that we can take all of you, but there's nothing stops us from taking a few. If you come my way, you can be sure I'll think favorably, because I know so much has been invested in you, and you are proved to be a real person who can be trusted with everything Sirikari. So the numbers are always many, but even if you got one and two, another day, another one, and so forth and so on, then it becomes, it's a rolling stone. It will gather as we move. But you are favored and you are loved very much. I want to wish you very well, and congratulations again for work well done. See, you're happy. You know, we used to sing, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know, say amen. Amen. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, say amen. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Secretary, Commissioner. Another round of applause for her. Who feels inspired now to be a commissioner? Because I'm just waiting for those adverts. because it's clearly a very rich experience to be in a position where you can touch other people's lives the way she is, the way she has done. And looking forward to giving that back. Yes, the way she has said, and my hope is that you won't be so bent down and walking with a stick. But by the time that they've gotten into good offices, you'll still be energetic enough to get into those offices and pinch their ears. You know, remind them of where you met and continue to instill those life lessons in them. So thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you so much for your contribution, and we appreciate you. Yes? And remember, she talked about certificates, the kind of things that she'll still be looking at when you go to apply. So we are at that stage where we'd like to recognize you and put it in black and white, pen and paper, that you actually went through this process, and give you something that can help you as young people as you go to these offices. As you're knocking doors, then you present your certificate and they know that you're certified. Hesabika GIPro Mentee. Yes? So on that note, I'd like to call Wilson again. He'll guide us on how we are going to go about it. Thank you.
Can we appreciate our able MC? Has she led us well? Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Muyandi. I think your remarks have gone to the place in our hearts which is almost sacred. You know, we want to treasure those words. So thank you so much, and your goodwill. I think there's so much we can talk about, and we are grateful that I think God put you there for such a time as this, and we remember that. So I think I've not only been the coordinator of the program, I can claim that I am the registrar of academic affairs. Because right now, I would like to present the graduating class to our chief guest, to say that the 17 interns have met all the requirements for graduating as a GIPro intern, and having satisfied the board of examiners, which of course is a very diverse board. It includes our supervisors, it includes the mentors, it includes, of course, the staff as the secretariat. We are proud and happy to present these 17 interns, and I'll be needing help here. I think Sharon, my colleague, Hesabika is a big organization. It's a huge organization, but we also believe in lean operations. So Sharon and I actually are the only staff at the secretariat, but we work with lots of volunteers, and the mentors are part of that team. And so even though we are two, we are many. So welcome, Sharon. You'll help me to. Okay. Yes. You'll be helping me here. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, let me take these ones. So you can you can stand somewhere. So what you'll do, I want to call to the front our chief guest. Please, you can join me here at the front. Thank you so much as we do this ceremony. Of course, I was going to call George. Thank you so much, Dr. George. Thank you. Let me also call Simon Kande. He's one of our partners. Come to the front, please. Then we'll have Mr. Mwita, who will represent the supervisors. These are stakeholders that are important, and of course, so you can join us there. Then also we'll have Dr. Priska. I know she's a mentor, but also she is representing Kenya School of Government, and so she is going to stand both for KSG and also for the mentors because of space. And I think that is just about the number that you'll have here. So what you're going to do, I'll be calling the interns. This is part one of a ceremony we have. After this, we are going to have them. Dr. Muyandi, we want to ensure that what they have said here or what they have been learning, they make a commitment, accountable commitment. So we are going to be calling the leadership team of the GIPro. You have a whole cabinet led by the able president who are going to sign on symbolically, of course, on behalf of the others, because you don't have time to have the 17 do that. But then you're also going to do that and have somebody who will witness that. We are very serious about what we are doing. So our mentors, I know we have others who have joined us, Ronald Inyangala, OGW in the Treasury. I think Wairimo Rwenji, who is a legal manager at National Police Service Commission. I think those are the others who joined us. Yes. So we are going to call you in terms of, in the order of your alphabetical order. So once I call your name, you already know where you are. So this is not order of merit. So don't worry. So Alex Shomba Muriuki. Let's appreciate him as he comes. I can have this. They had done a course at KSG, but the certificates, we have them. So Alex was at Kenya Veterinary Vaccines Production Institute. And you can greet the others as you move. Okay, let's have Derek John. Derek John. Let's appreciate Derek John. Derek John was at the Geothermal Development Company. So, karibu and receive your certificate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next in line, Charles Kamau Ndicho. Charles Kamau Ndicho was placed at the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research Analysis, GIPro. And he has a wonderful testimony from a supervisor there. They call him an officer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next in line, we have Emily Anyango Otieno, the lady on the hot seat at the registration services. Wonderful testimony. Let's appreciate Emily as she comes. Thank you, Emily. Next, we have Don Wilson. Don Wilson, we share part of the name. So let's appreciate Don Wilson. Don Wilson was in the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy. And he is very fond of his PS. Thank you so much, Don Wilson. All right, we have Evelyn Edith Akama. She is a teacher in the house. We call her Mwalimu. Let's appreciate Mwalimu. She did an amazing work at KICD, so much that actually they don't want to release her. So yes. So she gave a testimony at the launch. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you. Next, we have Francis Mwangangi. Francis Mwangangi was placed at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. So you can see the diversity of our interns. And just something about him is that Francis distinguished himself so much that he became a supervisor of other interns, 20 of them. Thank you so much. We have Hosea Kipkoech. Hosea was placed at the immigration department in the passport printing section. And they trusted him so much, they don't take interns. But they thought he's a man of integrity. They gave him access to the passport section, even serious passports. So thank you so much, Hosea, for representing us.
Now you know he knows people.
Yes. Yeah. So one thing that when we went to visit the supervisor for Hosea, she told us, "Thank you so much. We have tasted the salt of Hesabika in this department." So thank you for representing us. Next we have Marlene Marlin Ato Ipapo, the Teso girl. Yes. Marlin was placed at Nakada. So sometimes Marlin had to sleep at Nakada offices because she had to run a call center. Sometimes even counseling with people who have a rope or their neck. They are just about to commit suicide. And she was saving lives there. Wonderful. So Melanie Rudisi. Melanie Rudisi was placed at the Public Service Commission in the Administration Department. Let's appreciate Melanie. And she is also a mother, or rather she is a family person and a mother who is aspiring. And so you can see actually GIPro also has people who are parents, young parents. And the husband is here, he has come to see that. So we have Peter Njoroge Wanjiko. Peter Njoroge and the name Rigiji. Because he works in devolution, where he works, which is under the deputy president, Rigiji. Thank you for being the life of the party in our meetings. Rebecca. So next we have Rebecca Wangoi Githinji. Rebecca, let's appreciate Rebecca, who was at the Ministry of Environment and it's now called what? Climate Change? Yes. And she is known as now the expert on extended user responsibility something, waste management. She has made a name for herself. And we have Le Presidente, the president, engineer Robert Joseph Maisha, who was placed at the Engineers Board of Kenya, and he made himself so good that he has been taken to another program, I think Graduate Engineers something program. Congratulations.
Can you say what it is?
Yes, please tell us what it is that you are doing.
The Engineers Board of Kenya runs an internship program that is geared towards registration as a professional engineer at the end of 3 years. So I've been enrolled for the next 3 years in the Graduate Engineers Internship Program. Thank you.
Wonderful. So he had already received his from the office, so he's not getting that one today. Thank you very much, Robert, for leading us so well. Next, we have Samuel Maina Macharia. Samuel Maina Macharia is the intern that Stephen talked about so well, because he was his intern. Actually, something that I need to mention about him. Yes, indeed. Yes. Oh, your trouser is going up. Yes. So as I call the next person, let me mention something about Samuel. Samuel, when was interacting with the data at his department, because he deals with data, he actually discovered that in North Horr constituency, they don't have lots of registration. People have to walk for many kilometers to get actually registered. And he said, because we have something we call learning integration paper for the interns, they need to pick an issue in their internship and then they write about it and just help us to see they are learning. He chose that issue and he wrote a concept document. He talked to the MP for North Horr. He discussed it with the supervisor. It was escalated. And I know as we speak, that CRS, that registration center is actually going to be considered for launch, right? I am right? You can see what an intern can do. What an amazing work. So let's appreciate Samuel again. So Samuel Odhiambo Otieno, who was at the State Department for Industry. Let's appreciate Samuel as he comes. Lots of wonderful testimonies about him. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. Samuel became like the PA, taking minutes and ensuring that action points are followed up and all that. He was an IT consultant in that office. So we have, lastly but not least, Teresa Michelle Atieno. Let's appreciate Teresa. Teresa was placed at the public service. And she is the soft-spoken journalist among the interns of this cohort. The last, okay, we can finish that. Okay. The last certificate is for somebody who is not here. Lisa Marie already got a job, and she couldn't get excused to come. So you can see they are fast-moving, products. Let's clap for Lisa Marie Mogore Handa, who was in devolution, and she was very highly treasured and valued. And so we will be giving her those later. I think for now, what we want to do, we want just to do something symbolic, and maybe I can have this. I don't know whether this is the best or we have that table. We can have that table here. We are going to call the leadership of the team, led by Maisha, your team. You'll come and you're going to sign commitment, the pledge, the commitment to be values-driven leaders. I'll also want to invite the mentors. Mentors, we are in this together, right? They can. Oh, yeah, sure. So you can stand. Yeah, you can stand. Okay. Pull it this way and create some space. Although we wanted the banner to be somewhere behind. Yeah, you can still bring it on. Take care of the water and the things. So if you are happy and clap your hands. If you are happy and clap your hand. If you are happy and you really, really, really want to show, if you are happy and clap your hand. You can place it somewhere where the banner can be in the background. And maybe this one can be pushed a little bit so that we are not squeezed to this side. So I would like to have the leadership team as well as the mentors. The mentors who are here, they are not many, so we will also do that. The commissioner and chief guest and our partners will be your witnesses. So they'll stand behind you as you sign. This is a serious commitment that you are making. And we are challenging and mobilizing Kenyans to stand up and be counted for the transformation of Kenya. And we challenge you to take responsibility, not just point fingers or spectate when things are going wrong, because our vision is translating concern into action. So we are being committed, we are making a commitment this day to these 6 core values: integrity, excellence, unity and justice, transformation, accountability, and stewardship. So you'll be stewardship of the resources of this country. And I think you have learned well. So what you'll do, I'll invite you, you'll come and sign. We'll invite you to come and sign, I think led by the president. You sit and sign, and then this is not performance management contract. It's not performance contract, but it's equally important because it's application of values that you have. Yeah, actually one is better. Yeah, so first you'll have, I think the photographers can do their work. Maybe you can, we can have Bwana Ronald, or we can spread a little bit with the commissioner in the middle, somewhere in the middle, so that we can balance. I think Joyce, you could also come this way. Joyce, you can come this way. We'll have your turn at the table. Is it balanced? Okay. Thank you so much. The witness will sign for you away from the table. So let's approach the president. Let's have the deputy president to do that. There you go. So she is doing this on behalf of this cohort, and the others we are going to meet later this month. We'll have a time for them to sign as well. That's the alumni. Thank you very much. Do we have any of the other office? Okay, that's fine. So we will, thank you so much. Let's appreciate them as they sit down. Now, what I want us to do is, okay, oh, sure, oh, yeah, okay. You want to stand somewhere? Okay. Go forth and manifest. Okay, so we want to move on to the mentors, and what you are going to do is that first of all we want to also award them their certificates, and then since they are here, they will also sign. So we want to begin with. Let me end with the person on the other end. We will begin with Mr. William Oduor Owino, who, of course, is now in state functions in the Ministry of Interior, and we want to award you this certificate. You can hold on your commitment form because you come back here to do that. So let's appreciate Mr. Yes, indeed. Next, we have our MC for the day, Sandra. Sandra Ochola. Sandra Ochola used to work with the former government very close to the president. I know she is moving to even greater places. Yes. So Sandra Ochola will award you this certificate from the commissioner. Thank you very much. We also would like to recognize Joyce Wanjiro Thairo, soon to be Dr. Joyce. She did a wonderful job in terms of coordinating an internship group that she was mentoring along with the other mentors. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Sharon, somebody can help me get another certificate that is 2 certificates for Ronald and for Irimo. I think I had removed the ones I had seen, whose faces I had seen. Yeah, so just get those ones for me. We have Dr. Priska Oluoch, who is here in capacity of representing the DG, but also she is part of this wonderful team, and indeed, GIPro goes beyond the scene. So we believe that we have many friends and partners everywhere. And thank you for the courage to come and join us. You have been wonderful. So let's appreciate Priska. I want to now call Wairimo Rwanji. Wairimo Rwanji was one of the people who inspired Dr. Priska to join and become a mentor. So let's appreciate Wairimo. Thank you for coming today.
We have been concerned, but time has come to stand up and be counted. We'll translate.
And lastly, for today, we are glad that we could have this number of mentors, but we have the others. We will find ways of getting the certificates without the photo, of course. So we have Ronald, Indimuli, Inyangala, Order of the Golden Warrior. So thank you so much, Ronald. Ronald has been amazing. Even with an accident he had, he has made time for the intern to visit him in his home. They have gone out for trips together. So many things, opened his home for the intern, and we are grateful. Ronald is known for managing the credit guarantee scheme. That ensures that those people who have no capacity to take, credit, the government can take care of them so that they can have small businesses at the National Treasury. A wonderful contribution. So thank you so much. What I'll do is that let me at this point, actually just bear with me just a few more minutes so that we finish this well. Let's have the mentors, because you are doing this on behalf of those who didn't come. We can start with Ronald so that so that we can. Are you able to? Yes. Oh, okay. All right. So you sign as the others witness behind you that indeed you are signing to be a values-driven leader, champion, where you are. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for the back music. This is a Hesabika moment, standing up to be counted. Today is 6th. Okay. 6th of October. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ronald. Let's appreciate him. We can have Joyce. Joyce, please come and sign. We can borrow the pen. Thank you. This has never happened. It's happening for the first time here in KSG. So you are trailblazers in your own right. Thank you so much, Joyce. Thank you. Let's have Sandra. So our plan is to have a movement, not just an event. It's a movement of change makers in every space, including the public sector. And so this is a wonderful start. This is 6th. Thank you, Sandra. Let's have Wairimu. Wonderful. Let's have Wairimu. Thank you, Sandra. We can have Wairimu. Yes, Wairimu. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. And the remaining can follow suit. You are allowed to copy and paste. Yeah. So thank you, Wairimu, our witness in the NPSC. Thank you very much. Yes. She did a retake because she felt I needed to do this more. Let's have William. We haven't had you. Not yet. Let's have William. William, come and do that, and then lastly we'll have Priska. Actually, if Samuel feels inspired, we welcome you to sign this. You don't need to do anything. You believe in what we are doing, and you want to stand up and be counted. Anyway, on a light note, we want as many of us who can make this commitment to do that, starting with the mentors. Thank you very much. And lastly, we'll have Dr. Priska. Okay, thank you. So after that, we'll have the interns. We'll stand behind this group led by the commissioner for one group photo. Then you can be free to take as many other photos. This will be the official one, so that we can end and go for lunch. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Daktari. And right now, I want to ask all the interns, please just come and join us here at the front. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. So the team here, as you come with a seat. This is the last thing we are going to do. We'll have a commissioner seat somewhere at the middle so that we can have the partners on the side, either side. Yes, for that group photo, and then you'll be done. Let's have seats for. Ronald, yeah. Somebody can help me with this, with the. Let's have the interns stand behind. I think this one I'll also be beaten. This one. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Sharon, if you can find a place there.